Escape. Escape tonight to ancient Egypt.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, a new series of programs of which this, the sixth, is The Ring of Thought, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Wherever the English language is spoken, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is known for two things: his immortal character, Sherlock Holmes, and his unshakable belief in life beyond the grave. So great is the stature of Sherlock Holmes that Conan Doyle's earlier stories are all but forgotten. Stories like The Ring of Thought, which so clearly anticipates the author's later fascination with spiritualism. We invite you now to escape to ancient Egypt and The Ring of Thought, an adventure told in the words of John Vansittart Smith, British Egyptologist.
I arrived in Paris on the 3:14 express from Dieppe and went immediately to my hotel in the Rue de Lafitte. My actions so far had worked out according to my planned schedule. I slept for exactly 2 hours, got up and dressed, donned a greatcoat, walked down the Avenue de l'Opéra, and entered a side door of the Louvre. Once inside, and amid surroundings entirely familiar to me, I made my way immediately to the Chamber of Egyptian Relics, or more specifically, to the cabinet in that chamber which contained the El Kab collection of papyri. Drawing out the particular roll I wished, I placed it on a nearby table, sat down, began to study it, when I noticed one of the museum attendants who was polishing some brasswork across the room. His face struck me as being curiously Egyptian. On sudden impulse, I decided to cross the room and speak to him. Approaching closer, I was impressed at once by the appearance of his skin. Drawn tautly across temple and cheek, it seemed as glazed and as shiny as varnished parchment, and out of narrowed slits there glowed two green and vitreous eyes, misty with a dry shininess, eyes of a kind never seen in a human head before. I beg your pardon. I need one of the papyri from the Memphis collection. Could you tell me where it is?
You'll find it in the last cabinet at the end of the room, monsieur.
Thank you. You're Egyptian, aren't you?
No, monsieur. I am a Frenchman.
But, I thought perhaps
If
that...
monsieur will excuse me now, I have other work to do.
I went back to the table and took up the papyrus I had been studying before. But my former calmness in translating the intricate hieroglyphics was gone, and out of the depths of my mind welled a feeling of terrible familiarity. I concentrated more deeply on my studies, pushing aside those thoughts conducive to mental turmoil, and at last, worn out by the inward struggle, I fell asleep. I awoke with a start, not remembering where I was. It was quite dark for a moment. Then gradually my eyes focused on the glints of moonlight reflected from the glass tops of specimen tables, from the shiny varnish of the mummy cases, and I realized with a feeling of sudden dread that I was alone in the Egyptian room of the Museum of the Louvre, locked in for the night. And I saw at that moment, approaching through the moonlit halls, a dim yellow flame. Nearer and nearer it came until I could perceive above it, as though floating in the air, the eerie, glistening face of the man I'd spoken to earlier. I shrank into the dark shadow of my corner, and he passed without seeing me, stopping before the mummy cases a few yards away. Scarcely daring to breathe, I watched him place the light on a table and begin feverishly to examine the tags on the specimens. In a moment, he gave a cry of delight, and, drawing one of the mummies from its resting place, laid it on the table in the full glow of the lantern and set to work. He was unwinding the wrappings from the head of the corpse. A few turns revealed a tumbled cascade of black curls. A few more, the snow-white brow. Then the delicate nostrils. And at last, the full, warm, passionate lips. The face of the most beautiful woman the world has ever seen.
Ah, ma pauvre petite. So long it has been. So very long. You must forgive me, beloved.
I could hardly believe my eyes. The man was obviously in love with this mummy. After a while, he left the body, turning his attention to one of the glass cases filled with an assortment of rings. From a pocket of his garment, he'd taken a small glass bottle containing some kind of liquid, and he used this now to test the rings, rejecting them one after another. Then, at last...
This is it. It's the one. At last I found it. The ring of Thoth.
In his excitement, he dropped the bottle, and I gasped in surprise at the sudden sound.
Who's there?
I beg your pardon.
So it is you. No, do not move.
I didn't mean to spy on you. I fell asleep.
Who are you, monsieur?
I am John Vansittart Smith, a student of Egyptology.
No matter. You will observe this knife.
Yes?
Had I discovered you 5 minutes ago, monsieur, I should have slain you without a word.
What?
As it is now, I have found the ring. But I warn you not to interfere with me in any way.
I really haven't the slightest intention of it. After all, I'm only here by accident.
Perhaps.
I say, you shouldn't have unwrapped that mummy, you know. It's starting to deteriorate already.
Oh, my beloved.
Yes, before our eyes,
Years have
the
been
lovely
unkind
face was
to my
crumbling,
beloved.
the hair falling away, the skin shriveling and cracking, the lips fading. The man hovered over the decaying body a moment, murmuring sorrowfully. And then he turned again.
No matter. That will not make the least difference in a little while. Of what importance is the dead shell, so long as her spirit waits for me at the other side of the veil?
What are you talking about? What is it you're proposing to do?
Tonight, monsieur, I have ended a quest and broken at last the ancient curse. Nothing now can prevent my joining her.
Are you actually claiming that you knew her?
She was Atma, daughter of the governor of Abaris, and both she and I lived in the reign of Tutmosis 3,500 years ago.
You're obviously mad.
Perhaps, but not in the way you think. There may be design in this, your coming here. It may be decreed that I should leave some account behind as a warning to other mortals as rash as myself. Very well, then. So be it. I am, as you surmised, an Egyptian. My name was Sasra, and my father had been the chief priest of Osiris in the great temple of Abaris, which stood in those days upon the Bubastic branch of the Nile. I was brought up in the temple and was trained in all those mystic arts and sciences known to the priesthood. Of all the mysteries that I studied, none intrigued me more than the question of life and death. And even to this question, in time, I found an answer.
But for a man to live beyond his allotted span of years, Master Sastra, the gods have not so ordained it.
Then perhaps they will have to revise their ordinances now that I've discovered their secret.
'Tis not well to jest. I tremble, for though I've labored in your service for a year, I knew not the goal of your endeavors. May Osiris forgive me.
Ah, what a pity you look upon it this way. For I'd thought that in return for your assistance, I should grant you, too, the gift of centuries of indestructible life.
I would not have it, Master Sastra, and I beg that you, too, forgo it.
Forgo it? I introduced the fluid into my veins 1 month ago.
Oh, no. Then you are lost indeed.
Lost? Do you call this being lost? Let's see now. My heart should be about here.
Oh, that knife. No, don't. Master, you've killed yourself.
Not at all. See? It bleeds a little. But in a while, the wound will close up. And that's all.
It's immortality.
No, I shall not live forever. But for 5,000, perhaps 6,000 years, I shall be immune from all dangers of violence, poison, disease, starvation.
You cannot die?
Now, with this fluid in my veins, nothing in this world can end my life.
Sasra, are you there?
Someone calls.
It's Parmes, the priest of Thoth. In here, my friend. Enter.
Oh, greetings, Sasra, master of sciences, and his worthy assistant.
If you will excuse me, masters, I go to make my peace with Osiris.
What's wrong with your helper, Sasra?
The thought of a well-nigh eternal life has frightened him into gibbering superstition.
Then you still believe in the discovery?
Believe in it? Parmes, my friend. Look.
By the heavens, what a scar.
It pierces the heart. It was done only a moment ago with this knife. See? I can put it back in the wound. So.
You suffered no ill effects?
None whatever.
And if I turned the knife in the wound, that would do you no harm?
You may try it. I feel nothing. I walked last week in the snake pits by the river, was struck innumerable times. It caused no harm.
By the great Anubis.
Will you have it then? Out of all Egypt, I have chosen only you, my friend, to share the gift. But the choice is yours.
I'd be a fool to refuse, Sasra. I'll have it. And now, what must I do?
First, we must open a vein in your wrist, like this.
Oh.
Then, we drip the elixir slowly into your bloodstream. Steady now.
I don't feel anything.
There is no sensation. It is done.
So simple? There is nothing more?
That's all. And now done, it can never be changed.
It seems incredible, supernatural.
It's no more than a chemical discovery, but with it, while all this about us passes away, you and I, Parmes, will live on for 50 centuries. Think of it, my friend. 5,000 years of life.
5,000 years. Only the two of us.
Listen, that noise. Some procession must be passing in the street.
I have an idea what it may be. Come on over to the window.
Beloved of heaven, clear the road, stand back, and make way for the loveliest pearl of Thebes.
She's being carried on the shoulders of slaves, Parmes. She must be some woman of rank.
Her name is Atma. She's the daughter of the new governor.
Her curtains are drawn back. Perhaps we'll have a look at her. Oh, Parmes.
Is she not beautiful?
She is the most desirable, the only utterly desirable woman I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, I saw her yesterday at the temple.
Then you're most fortunate, my friend. You've had 24 more hours to dream about her than I have had. I must know her, Parmes. I must make her love me. I'll send gifts. I'll call on her tomorrow. Oh, it has to be then. I couldn't wait any longer than tomorrow.
A visitor calls upon the beloved of the universe. He is Sasra, priest of the temple of Osiris.
Well, bid him approach.
Enter, Sasra.
Oh, most beautiful of all Egypt, I cast myself at your feet.
That's a noble ambition. But wouldn't it be much better to sit here beside me and watch the fish in the fountain?
Much better.
You will all withdraw, except you, my girl. Play something for us, at a distance. Well, Sasra, for so I understand you're called, am I to deem this an official visit by a master of the temple?
Oh, Atma, my beloved. That is, no, it is not official.
Oh? Perhaps then you wish to see my father on personal business of your own.
Oh, no. No. I shall pay my respects to him at some other time.
Then could it be I you've come to see?
Yes, yes.
And since you've said the visit's not official, your reason must be a personal one.
Oh, it is.
Well, what is it?
Atma, I have known women who are famed for their beauty throughout the valley of the Nile. But not one, not all of them, are so lovely as you.
How thoughtful of you to come here and tell me.
Atma, I've no wish to intrude my desires, my hopes, beyond such extent as you may wish to hear. But, I'm finding this very difficult.
Sasra, I've been told that you're a master of science, that you've unlocked the secrets of the universe, learned all the mysteries of nature itself.
Your informants have been most generous.
Yes, I'm inclined to think so.
What?
Because you've discovered nothing at all about such a simple thing as a woman's heart.
What do you mean?
I come from Thebes. And the women of Thebes are warm-blooded, passionate, and we know what we want.
Atma.
I saw you first 3 days ago. Why do you think I told my bearers to carry me down that street beneath your window?
And so, miracle of all miracles, Atma loved me. Worshipping the very ground her feet had trod upon, I lived through those glorious weeks, and with it all, our love grew apace. But one thing bore heavily upon my mind, and I came to speak of it more often to my beloved as we sat and talked by the fountain in her garden.
Look, Sasra. See how the stars shine from the water?
Yes, Atma. More lovely even than their glow in the heavens.
Are they very old, the stars?
Very old, beloved. As old as time.
And they'll go on gleaming there, long years after you and I are gone and forgotten.
Atma, my dearest, we've talked of this before, and I know it distresses you to think of it.
No, Sasra. Tonight everything is beautiful. We shall not talk of death.
Not of death, but of life. They're only counterparts of one another.
Oh, if we could only live together. Grow old together and die in the same instant.
But how much better to live and love 5,000 years? Will you not do it? Does so long a time seem too great for the love you feel for me?
Beloved, no. The time would pass in an instant, and the loss then be no easier borne than now.
Then why draw back? Will you not take the elixir now, tonight?
I'm afraid, Sasra, we'll anger the gods.
We will outlive the gods.
They will have their revenge.
Whatever occurred, we'd be together.
Yes, I've thought of that. Were it not so, I'd not even consider doing it.
Then you'll do it. Atma, you'll do it.
I need more time, only a little more to assure myself.
How much?
Tonight, Sasra. Give me tonight.
Every hour you live without the elixir is another hazard. All right, then. Tonight. And may Isis herself guard over you until the fluid courses in your veins. And so, on that accursed night, I went to my chambers and slept. And while I slept, the moon of Isis shone over the delta of the Nile. Shone but to light as foul a scene as was ever done on earth. Some hours had passed away.
Master Sasra, awaken! Master, awaken at once.
You know, who is it?
Oh, what a terrible thing has
Let me turn
transpired
up the
this
lamp.
night.
You're one of Atma's slaves. Why do you come here?
Oh, Master, Master.
What has happened? What's the matter? Speak.
It is she, the light of the world.
Tell me what has happened to her.
Master. Brigands came in the night. She is dead.
You lie. You lie.
Oh, Sasra, the slave speaks the truth.
Parmes, my friend, what foul joke's behind these words of his?
It's not a joke. Atma is dead. You, slave, depart from us.
Yes, masters. By your gracious leave, I depart.
Such a thing cannot be. Oh, of course. The two of you planned it together, sought to frighten me out of my wits. It's very amusing, really. But I was terrified for a moment.
Atma no longer lives. She was stabbed to death only a short while ago.
No. Oh, no. She can't be dead.
She is dead, Sosra, and for all eternity.
I must go to her. Surely something can be done.
I killed her.
What is it? What has happened?
I killed her.
Oh.
I struck her through the heart with this very knife.
You, Parmes. Why?
Because she loved you.
Why?
And because I loved her.
You, my friend.
She would not look at me.
And for that you would lose her to both of us forever?
To both of us, Sosra? I think not.
By the living Osiris, give me that knife.
That's it. Strike. Again. Here's the heart. Here, strike. Again and again, Sosra.
Wait. What foolishness. I cannot kill you.
You're wrong, Sosra. You have killed me. Those were grievous blows.
But the fluid, that cursed elixir of life, it runs in your veins as well as mine.
True. But in mine is also the antidote.
You lie. There is no antidote.
Yes, day and night. These many weeks I've worked, and I found it.
You couldn't have. Is there more of it?
Yes, a very little. But you'll never find it.
Where is it? Tell me where it is.
In the ring, Sosra. In the ring of Thoth. And you'll never find it.
I will. I must.
Go on. Live your 50 centuries. And every hour of them, think. It was your hand that struck me down. With the same knife that took her from you. Think while I go to join her.
Oh, no. You're not dead. You're not! No! 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 For months, I searched the papers, test tubes, and the chemical flasks in the chambers of the dead priest of Thoth. Searched and found nothing. I sifted the sands where he'd walked, questioned his slaves and servants, and learned nothing. Every moment of my life, my terrible and unwanted life, was devoted to an unceasing hunt for the ring of Thoth, and all to no avail. And in time, a horde of barbarians overran the city of Abaris. In the sands of the desert, buried forever the last of my hopes. And so began the deadly march of the centuries. How can you know how terrible a thing time is? You, who've experienced only the narrow course between the cradle and the grave. I've floated down the whole stream of history. I have traveled in all lands, and I have dwelt with all nations. Every tongue is the same to me. I need not tell you how slowly the centuries drifted by. Centuries without end, years without number. And so I came to be one day, a few weeks past, in San Francisco, where I came across a certain item in a newspaper.
Among recent discoveries in Lower Egypt is an unopened mummy case containing, according to the inscription on the outside, the body of the daughter of the governor of Abaris in the days of Tutmosis. In the same burial crypt, dropped into a crevice between the stones, was found a large platinum ring of singular design. Both specimens have been sent for examination to the Louvre in Paris.
So, I presume you came here to Paris, obtained this position of attendant in the Louvre with the idea of...
Only yesterday, Monsieur Smith. As you may imagine, I had little difficulty in convincing the director of my knowledge of Egyptian relics.
The ring, then. The one I saw you remove from the case is the Ring of Thoth?
Without question.
You've discovered how the ring must be used?
The secret is obvious. See, the stone is hollow, and drops of liquid move within it.
Have you considered the possibility that this antidote may not perform the function which has been claimed for it?
It will, monsieur. And there'll be no need of a knife to strike me down. My death was due in a time long past, and only this damnable fluid that runs through my veins supports the weight of my years. I delay no longer. I go to join her where she waits for me in death.
No, don't. Oh.
Too late. I've broken the gem. I've taken the antidote.
I stood and watched him with a terrible fascination, but without pity and without compassion. He turned away from me and reeled toward the mummy he'd left on the table across the room. But even as he turned, the parchment skin of his face cracked and shredded. Discolored lips shriveled away from the yellow teeth. The vitreous eyes withered into nubs of formless plasm, and the full weight of his 3,500 years descended on him in an instant. I left that room of death and walked over the marble floors toward the exit, my footsteps echoing through the empty halls, even as they had echoed for so long in the corridors of time. And I wondered as I walked if Sosra knew now what I knew, that the antidote in the Ring of Thoth can bring death to the body, but not to the soul. And I wondered in what cloak of flesh his spirit now dwelt, just as I, Parmes, priest of Thoth, had for the last 40 years of my 3,500 dwelt in the body of John Vansittart Smith.
Doctor, he's so little and so red.
Well, now, he's only 2 days old.
But he doesn't look a bit like either his father or me.
Give him time, my dear. All babies look pretty much alike when they're first born.
Well, I don't know. His eyes, or it's silly, of course, but he looks like an Egyptian.
Produced and directed by William N. Robeson, The Ring of Thoth by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Jack Webb as Sosra, Thomas Freebairn Smith as Vansittart Smith, and Joan Banks as Atma. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fewer. Escape is presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations each week at this time. Next week, we invite you to escape to a raft in the South Pacific with John Russell in his unforgettable story of human frailty, The Fourth Man. And so good night until next week at this time, when again it will be time to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to have me asking, when is a friend not a friend? Answer, when he's tickling your ribs with a gun.
Well, here he is, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ruth. Morning, Steve.
Commissioner?
I suppose I fooled you right out of a big deal as usual?
No, this time it was strictly business. I was getting caught up on my paperwork.
What?
Honest, I was bringing my files up to date.
Yeah? How many telephone numbers make up a file?
That's what I thought.
I have your papers at my desk when you're ready, Steve.
Thanks, Rose. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Take a look at this map of Eastern Europe, Steve. This country right here.
What about it?
Politically, it's being torn apart. There are two major parties at odds with each other and a well-organized minority who'd like to keep them at odds.
Pretty familiar pattern.
Yes, it is. But right now, it's vital to Western Europe and to us that this particular country be united into a democratic form of government. And there's only one man who can unite that country.
Don't tell me it's me.
No. Dr. Corvell.
Dr. Corvell, but he's no politician.
That's the point, Steve. Dr. Corvell has no political affiliations. He's that country's leading citizen, a scholar, a scientist, a man of stature.
Yeah, he could be just the man for the job.
As you know, he's been living in this country since the war, but now he feels it's time to return to his own country. There's to be a vital meeting of the legislature over there in 3 days, a meeting that could determine which way the country goes. If Corvell could pop up at that meeting, it might turn the trick.
So what do you want me to do, escort the good doctor over there?
He's already left.
What?
Yeah, the day before yesterday.
Well, then I don't get it. Why call me on the deal? What more is to be done?
I'm coming to that, Steve. Dr. Corvell realized that the organized minority would try at all costs to prevent him from reaching his destination. So he's traveling incognito. Plans to reach and enter his country secretly.
But I still don't see...
His plan was to go directly to the house of a friend in the capital of his country. This morning, we found out that this so-called friend is actually a member of the minority.
What?
Yes, it's a death trap for Dr. Corvell. Now, Steve, you've got to intercept Corvell before he reaches that man's house.
Brother, have you any idea where Corvell is now?
We know only that he was planning to contact a person named Dravik in the town of Rizma, across the border from his country. Now, Steve, get over to Rizma. Try to find Dravik. And above all, get to Corvell before the opposition does. And remember, from now on, every minute counts double. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of getting to Dr. Corvell before the opposition does, and incidentally trying to keep the opposition from getting to me. A real cinch. Well, it's Tuesday when I get to Rizma. I've got to find Dravik in a hurry, but I haven't any idea where he is. There's only one hotel in town, so I check in, and then I ask the desk clerk about Dravik. He says he's never even heard the name, but he does remember a distinguished-looking man with white hair staying at the hotel overnight a couple of days ago. Probably Dr. Corvell. I turn away from the desk and start across the lobby, and then I spot a very familiar face. It's a foreign agent named Marzak. I've tangled with him plenty in the past, and I've no desire to renew the acquaintance now, so I start to duck into the bar, but he sidles in front of me.
Well, my old and dear friend, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Marzak.
My, such a cold greeting to give to a man who possesses such admiration for you. After all the times we have been together in the past, Mitchell, even though on opposite sides of the fence, I should think that you might be a little more cordial.
Look, you mind getting out of my way?
The man is in a hurry. Such a pity, such a pity. I thought perhaps we might find a quiet corner and talk over old times together.
I said get out of my way.
But what destination could possibly be so important that you could not spare a few minutes for an old, let us say, colleague?
I'm going into the bar, if that's okay with you, Marzak.
Splendid. Thank you for your invitation. I accept with pleasure. Some drinks, much talk, a perfect way to spend an evening.
Look, for the last time, I didn't invite you. I'm drinking alone, and if you don't...
Drinking alone? What a barbarous custom. But then I suppose it is to a certain extent fitting that a man should have a farewell drink in solitude.
Farewell drink?
Yes. I understand you do not like this town of Rizma. I cannot say that I blame you.
Oh?
I understand further that there is a train leaving here in half an hour and that you plan to be on it. So I decided to help you by reserving a compartment for you.
Now, that's real sweet of you, Marzak.
Ah.
But what if I decide I like it here?
In that case, I understand it is quite possible you may remain here permanently.
You're quite an understanding guy, aren't you?
Yes, and I believe you are also. Goodbye, Mr. Mitchell. Come again when you cannot stay so long, and please extend my very best regards to your commissioner.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What?
I overheard you ask the desk clerk a few minutes ago about a distinguished-looking man with white hair.
What about it?
I believe you are referring to Dr. Corver.
Was I? Who are you?
Bisco, a friend of the doctor's, and I am worried about him.
What do you mean?
His return is the one thing which can unite our country. But I feel he is in great danger. You see, he plans to go to the house of a friend of his in our capital. I now have reason to believe that friend intends to betray the doctor.
I see. Yeah, Bisco, you're right.
That is why I crossed the border to Rizma here, to try to intercept the doctor and warn him, but I was too late. He has already left.
Yeah. You ever hear of a guy named Dravik?
Dravik? No. Mitchell, the situation is very serious. We must find Dr. Corver.
First, I've got to find Dravik. I can't get very far doing that with that character Marzak on my tail.
Yes, I saw Marzak talking to you. I know all about Marzak. He is a dangerous man.
He just invited me to leave town. If there were only some way I could shake him, might give me time enough to locate this Dravik.
Wait. I think I have an idea.
What is it, Bisco?
See, Marzak is across the lobby watching us. He undoubtedly knows you have orders to find Corver. And also, undoubtedly, Marzak has orders to stop you.
So?
So if we were to conclude our conversation and I were to slip furtively out the side door and get into my car, Marzak might assume I had information concerning Dr. Corver.
Yeah, he'd probably follow you, all right.
I will make sure he follows me a long way. Long enough to take him off your trail for an hour or two.
Okay, Bisco, it's worth a try. Go ahead. Bisco slips out the side door and Marzak starts after him. So far, so good, but I still don't have any leads on Dravik. I head for the bar to figure it out and where to start, and pretty soon a girl eases over to my table.
Hello.
Hi.
I am sorry. Are you lonely?
No, I'm Steve, but sit down anyway.
Oh, thank you.
You want me to buy you a drink, I suppose?
My cigarette will do for the moment.
Well, that's a switch. Here.
Thank you.
Waiter, the rice pudding.
That's very good.
Look, Sari, this is all very pleasant, but as far as making an evening of it, I've unfortunately got something else on my mind right now.
I know.
Huh?
You are looking for Dravik.
What? Yeah, I am. Do you know him?
Oh, yes, I'm quite a good friend of Dravik.
Where is he?
First, let me ask you, why do you wish to see Dravik?
Well, that's something I'll talk to Dravik about.
I see. Well, Dravik is not interested so much in people's motives. Dravik is most of all interested in knowing whether there is money in it.
Okay, you can tell him there's dough in it for him.
How much?
Plenty.
Very well.
You'll take me to him?
No, that is not possible.
What? You mean we've just been making idle conversation?
I would not call it that.
Why can't you take me to him?
Because Dravik is not a him.
Not a... You're Dravik?
Yes. Sorry, Dravik.
Well, what do you know? So I break my back trying to find you, and it ends up with you finding me.
Yes, and I would say it is quite a find.
Oh?
But I still would like to know why you wish to find me.
Well, first, let me ask you, how do you fit in this deal with Dr. Corvell?
Deal? Dr. Corvell? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, unless it has something to do with my rat line?
Your what?
No, that is what they call it, the rat line. You see, Stephen, there are many people in countries behind this, what you call iron curtain, who wish to be elsewhere. So, for a considerable price, I smuggle them out.
I see. Does your rat line ever run in reverse, Sari?
You too.
What do you mean, me too?
Most people are breaking their backs trying to escape to the west these days. And now twice in 2 days I find men who wish to go east. I think everybody is suddenly crazy.
Wait a minute. This other man who wanted to go east, was he a tall fellow, distinguished looking, with white hair?
Oh, that is the man.
Dr. Corvell, all right.
He told me he wanted to go to the capital city of the country to the east of here, and he was willing to pay a great amount of money. So I, as you say, reversed my rat line. I took him across the border just before dawn.
Look, Sari, I've got to catch up to him. He's going to collect the bullet if I don't.
I see. Well, there is always the chance you will collect a bullet along the way. But for you...
And for money.
The two most convincing arguments I can think of. Very well, we will try to catch up with this Dr. Corvell. Here's an address. You meet me on the corner in front of this place in 2 hours. We will start then.
I head back to my hotel. Then, as I open the door to my room, I see I've got company. There's a local cop on one side of my room, and on the other is a woman I've never seen before. But right now, she's acting like we were long-lost enemies.
There he is, officer.
Huh?
That is the one. I insist you arrest him at once.
Hey, what is this?
This woman claims you stole her jewels.
Stole her jewels now?
I am
look.
positive of it, officer. This man is Hugo Brisac, the notorious gem thief.
Hugo Schmoogo. I'm Steve Mitchell from the United States, officer, and if you'd care to look at my credentials...
You see, officer, as I told you, this thief frequently poses as an American agent.
I'm afraid you'll have to come with me.
But this woman's mistaken.
Unfortunately, I found her jewels in your suitcase.
What?
So you must come with me.
Wait, I get it now. Anything to delay me, huh? Look, lady, I don't know who you are, but I sure know whom you're working for.
Arrest this man.
You will come quietly.
Sure, officer. Real quiet. Sorry, Buster, but I haven't got any time to waste right now.
Stop him!
Oh, drop dead. I run downstairs and duck out the side door. The opposition's gag had almost worked. By the time I could have talked my way out of the frame, it had been too late to catch up with Dr. Corvell, of course. Well, now there'll be the little matter of the cops on my tail. Great. I roost behind a few assorted ash cans in an alley for a couple of hours, and then I go to the address Sari gave me. She's waiting for me in the shadows.
What? The notorious jewel thief.
Yeah. I see the news travels fast, Sari.
I believe the police are quite anxious to find him.
I don't doubt it.
So, I understand now why you wish to escape from this country.
Look, I'm trying to find Corvell. That jewel business was a frame.
Oh, too bad.
What's too bad?
You would make such a nice jewel thief. It gives you color.
Oh, color yet.
I like you, Stephen.
I think you're peachy, too. Now let's get going, huh?
Oh, very well. Come on. Here is my car. We will drive as far as the border.
Okay. What happens then?
Well, when I get you across the border, one of my men will take you the rest of the way.
Hey.
What's the matter?
A guy running across the street at us. Get going. It's Marzak.
Oh? Who is Marzak?
The guy who rigged the jewel frame on me. Hey, he's trying for the running board.
You will not get away, Mitchell.
Yes, Marzak.
Oh, very neat, Stephen.
Listen. Sirens. Marzak must have tipped the cops I'd be around this neck of the woods. This is just wonderful.
Oh, are you always in trouble?
Look, I'm to trouble what honey is to a bear. Now, come on, keep that gas pedal down to the floor. It's no good, Sari. 3 miles out of the city and they're still on our tail.
They are not gaining any speed.
Neither are we, Optimist. And a half a mile's not enough lead. The cops behind me, ahead of me, the border, and who knows what. Lucky Mitchell, right in the middle again.
The river is just around the bend, Stephen. Then our troubles will be over.
What do you mean? Hey! That's the turn.
Hang on, Stephen.
Huh?
Oh.
Hey, what are you stopping for? You crazy?
Get out.
Look, what's the big idea?
I see the river below the road.
Huh?
I place the car in first gear. And then I pull the hand throttle out a little, turn the wheel, and get out. Goodbye, car. Quick. Now, into the bushes. This is fine. Now, we just wait while they go by.
Hey, pretty neat. Looks like you're an old hand at this, Sari.
Oh, it is not hard to learn.
But isn't running a car into the river sort of expensive?
It will go on your bill.
Oh, I see.
Here they come. So now we go across country to the border. It's only a kilometer or two.
Lead the way. Once we get across the border, how far is it to the capital?
Oh, about 30 kilometers. Just across the border, we will meet a farmer with a horse-drawn wagon. He will take you to the next village. There, a man will be waiting for you in an automobile to take you the rest of the way.
I just hope we get there in time to keep Dr. Corvell from walking into that trap at his friend's house. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Quiet. Somebody heading this way.
Probably the border patrol. Get down.
Yeah. I see them.
Perhaps we had better get closer together.
Yeah, Like I said, you seem to be an old hand at this.
Like I said, it is not hard to learn.
Hey, quiet. Here they come. Okay. I guess we can go now.
Do you really want to?
Oh,
Is it not much nicer here?
Much nicer, believe me, but I still have a job to do.
Oh, too bad.
Why?
Oh, I was just thinking we could run such a beautiful rat line together, Stephen.
I don't doubt it. But right now,
Oh, very well, if you insist. The border patrol will not be back for half an hour, so plenty of time for us to slip across. Come along. There's the farm and his wagon, Stephen, waiting in the shadows.
Yeah, I see them.
Dimitri?
Yes, Holly.
Well, this is goodbye, Stephen. I wish you were not leaving.
I'll be back.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
I have the strangest feeling I will not be seeing you again.
That's a cheerful thing to say.
You had better hurry.
Yeah.
Wait.
Hmm?
Now go.
After that, you think you won't be seeing me again? Oh, you can count on it.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Okay, Dimitri. Shove up.
Get up. Get up.
Hey, where's this village we're heading for, Dimitri?
Oh, 5 kilometers.
Hey, why are you turning off the road?
This is the shorter way.
Oh. Many patrols in this area?
Not for another hour or two. That will be plenty of time.
Whoa! Hey, how come we're stopping?
Very simple. We're stopping because for you it is the end of the trip.
Look, Well, a machine gun.
Quite right. Now get out of the wagon.
Okay. Well, now I know why Sari figured she wouldn't be seeing me again. She was working with the opposition right from the start.
It's a bad time for you to be talking about the stars, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
As soon as I press this trigger, for you it will be the finish.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Eh?
Turn around.
Oh, in the back, huh?
In the back. And right now.
Hello, Stephen.
What? Sari!
In trouble again, I see.
I sure was until you knocked off Dmitri here.
Oh, this man is not Dimitri.
What?
Oh, I thought there was something strange about his voice. Then right after you started in the wagon, I found the real Dimitri's body in the ditch. So I followed.
Well, you just got elected the girl I'd most like to have following me.
Ah, thank you, darling.
So, what happens now?
Well, I seem to remember that
I mean, how do I go about getting to the capital?
Business, always business. All right, all right. I think I better take charge of you myself the rest of the way. Come along, we will go into the village and get a car.
Hey, look, where is this car anyway?
In the garage, just a few doors farther.
Good. I've got no desire to be wandering around these streets any more than I can help. Marzak's boys might spot me.
Stephen, wait.
What?
Some men in front of the garage.
Quick, into the alley.
Did they see us?
I don't think so. Who are they?
I don't know.
That's the garage where you keep the car, huh?
Yes.
They must have gotten tipped somehow. Great. What do we do now? It's too far to walk to the capital.
Oh, Stephen, look.
They've started this way.
Must have seen us. Come on, down the alley.
Wait, Stephen, stop.
Stop. Are you kidding?
That door, an empty warehouse.
Okay. Hurry it up. Brother, dark in here.
We should be safe here.
Yeah, but it's not getting us any closer to Dr. Corvell.
Steve.
Yeah, steps outside in the alley. Quiet.
Good. They have passed by.
Yeah. Hey, if they're away from the garage, maybe we can get to the car after all. Wait a minute.
What?
Listen.
One of them is coming back.
Just one of them. Good. Stay down behind the crate. Now!
Steve, he must not call out.
He can't call with a stranglehold on him. A little more. A little more. There.
Speaking of being an old hand at this sort of thing.
Look, his buddies will be back looking for him any minute. We gotta hurry.
All right, go around to the back of the warehouse. I will get the car and pick you up there. Hop in, Stephen.
Okay. You sure didn't waste any time.
No, of course not. We must get the business over with fast, no?
Well...
Stephen, I have good news for you.
I could use some right now. What is it?
I learned from my man in the garage this Dr. Corvell was delayed getting across the border. He is now less than an hour ahead of us, and he's riding in a truck.
Think we can overtake him before he gets to the city?
It will be fun trying, Stephen.
Hey, there's a car coming up at us fast.
Oh, I see it.
It's Marzak. Brother, what a tough guy to shake. Watch out. Watch out. He's pulling alongside.
This is for you, Mitchell.
Get down, Sari.
Let us make Marzak get down instead.
Hey!
Just giving him a friendly little nudge.
Oh, brother. Right into the ditch. A friendly little nudge yet. Remind me never to get you mad at me. Now, let's see if we can catch up with that truck. Sari jams the throttle to the floor and holds it there. The minutes tick off. This is the last lap of the race and the lap that pays off. Up ahead of us somewhere, Dr. Corvell in the truck riding innocently into a death trap, and Sari and I in the car trying to catch up with him before the trap is sprung. But at least we've whittled down the opposition. Marzak's out of commission. Also the fake wagon driver who tried to machine gun me. That should leave just the friend whose house Dr. Corvell is heading for. Finally, we get to the outskirts of the city. Then Sari points up ahead.
There's the truck, Stephen.
Yeah. You sure that's the one Dr. Corvell's riding in?
Yes, I recognize it. It is my truck.
Wait a minute. How about the driver?
Oh, he's one of my men. He can be trusted.
Okay. As soon as we get up to the truck, pull alongside it and tell the driver
Stephen,
to...
look coming out of the side street.
Eh? A hay wagon.
Oh, it has stopped in the center of the road.
Oh, brother, the other team's throwing everything at us but the water boy.
I think I can get around it.
Hey, now look, don't try to nudge that hay wagon into the ditch.
No, we will turn here.
Oh, brother, another inch and we'd have lined up with the rest of those tomatoes on that vegetable stand.
No, down the alley.
Hey, watch out, that cart!
Are you still with me?
Yep, I got enough feathers on me to pass for Sitting Bull.
There. We should be around the hay wagon. Now we will turn back onto the road and catch the truck.
Hey, the truck's nowhere in sight.
Oh, but it could not have gotten far.
Oh, great, to get this close and then...
There, look. There it goes, down the side street.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only a block ahead of us now.
Wait, it's stopping in front of that house up ahead. Dr. Corvell's getting out.
He's going up the stairs. Stephen, we are too late.
If I don't catch him now, this race is going to turn into a dead heat. Jam on the brakes. Dr. Corvell! Dr. Corvell, wait!
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell, government agent from the States. Get away from that door.
No, this is a trick. Let go of me.
Now, look.
My friend Miklos is inside. Let go.
Your friend Miklos has a bullet for you.
Take your hands off me.
Get down.
Miklos!
I've got him. Oh, boy. One more second would have been too many. I hope I never have to cut it that close again.
I cannot believe it. I thought Miklos was my friend. Yet all the while he was planning to betray me.
Well, it's all over now anyway. Come on, Dr. Corvell. Let's get you over to the legislature. We pile into Sari's car and head for the Capitol building. On the front steps are two men. One of them looks like an American. The other is Bisco, the guy who tried to shake Marzak for me earlier.
Mitchell?
Yeah?
Thompson from the legation. We just about given you up.
Me, too. Looks like you didn't have much luck in shaking Marzak for me, Bisco.
I tried, but he was too clever for me. So I thought the best thing to do was come back here to the capital.
There's been an all-night session of the legislature inside, Mitchell. The whole thing's hanging in the balance. Could go either way.
Then I had better go inside immediately.
Yeah. Good thing you weren't delayed any longer, Dr. Corvell. Might have been too late to do any good.
Dr. Corvell, as an old friend, you must allow me the honor of escorting you inside personally.
But
Come, I will take your arm.
Very well.
I'll bet you're glad this deal's over, Mitchell.
You can say that again.
Rough go, hmm?
Well, if it'll give you a clue, I was framed for a jewel thief, shot at 3 times, and given a ride that would put any self-respecting roller coaster to shame.
Sounds like a real picnic.
Well, it's all over now. Hey.
What's the matter?
Funny. Dr. Corvell and Bisco walked right by the door to the assembly hall.
What?
Hey, looks like I spoke too soon, Thompson. I slipped down the stairs and around into the alley beside the building. There's a car parked by the side door. I hugged the wall. A moment later, the door opens, and out comes Dr. Corvell, followed by Bisco.
Into the car, Corvell, and remember, I'm holding a gun on you in my pocket.
Guess Corvell's got no friends at all, Bisco, huh?
Mitchell!
Yeah, Mitchell.
Get your hands off me, I will kill you.
I've got your wrist. You pull that trigger now and you'll... What a hard guy to convince.
He shot himself.
Yeah, trying to do likewise to us.
Who is he? I have never seen him before.
That's what I figured. Come on.
When he took my arm, I could feel the gun in my side.
Didn't leave you much choice but to go with him.
Mitchell, you okay?
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Corvell. Better get in the assembly hall.
Yes, Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you.
I hope he's in time.
Hey, listen. I guess that's your answer, Thompson.
Yeah, I guess it is all right. Well, I suppose you'll be wanting to get back right away, Mitchell. I can get you a plane reservation.
Well, as a matter of fact, Thompson, I already have my transportation all lined up.
Oh? Oh, you mean over there in the car?
Yeah.
Ah, I see your point.
Oh, no, you misunderstand.
You sure?
Nope, I'm just thinking of my own safety.
Safety? Look, air travel's pretty safe these days.
That's not what I mean. I've already seen what she does to guys she gets mad at. After all, you can't blame a guy for thinking of his own neck, can you?
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear the big show on NBC.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Mr. Slate, he hold he head in he hand. Don't care to make jolly on the sea or land. Invitation to party on big steamship. Give him pen size 10, make he quiver he lip. But the lady sailor, she all aglow. To formal dress party she yearn to go. To wear flower in hair and her beauty so clear. She'll convince Mr. Slate, even drag him by ear.
You want to lay me odds, King?
When a woman get a chance to be radiant in the moonlight, Mr. Slate, is nothing and no one going to stop her?
I'm not going on that boat. Sailor can be radiant all by herself. I'll stand on the shore and watch her go on and off.
There will be many handsome fellows aboard to observe same from cheek to cheek.
Oh, there you are, Sailor. Where have you been?
Where do you think? Renting you a monkey suit, complete with white tie and shirt to match. It wasn't easy. You're a size 42 monkey.
42? I'm a size 38.
Dreamer. Here, take a look at it.
Oh, go get the deposit back, Sailor. I'm not going.
Look, dear boy. Twice a year, the SS Huron docks at Havana, throws a big formal shipboard party. Twice a year, the captain sends us an engraved invitation.
And twice a year, I raffle it off. What are you trying to do, deprive me of pocket money?
This time, we're going.
Not me, not in that suit.
If King has to strap you into it, and I carry you slung over my shoulder. Look at it. Think how slim you look in it.
You think so, huh?
Emilio, the tuxedo renter, swore it.
You think I look sharp in it, huh?
What else? You should have seen what it did for the dummy in the window.
Can't you turn this faucet off, Gomez?
I have tried, senor, for so many years. Every time I come to Havana and stay in this room, I exert myself against the faucet, but nada, still it drip.
It annoys me, like so many things. This room,
I've explained. Emilio lets me sleep in his room at the back of his clothes renting shop for free when I come from the boat.
Where's your friend Emilio now?
Quien sabe? Who knows, senor? He will not return perhaps for hours.
Well, he ought to do something about that faucet. Gomez.
It is no use, Senor Martin. I have changed my mind. I will not tell you.
But it's so easy. Your being purser on the Huron makes it a simple matter.
Simple, however dishonorable. I will explain. After I put the safe combination of the boat on a piece of paper, at my shoulder became my conscience.
Gomez.
Senor, why are you doing this thing of a gun to me?
Where's the paper?
Senor, you're a loco.
Where is it?
In front. In the shop. I placed it there in a dummy's coat while my conscience and me were at battle one against the other. Senor!
Think how lucky you are, Gomez. You'll never be able to hear that faucet again. Let's go, Amy.
Did you get it?
It's in the store in the coat pocket on a dummy.
What happened?
He's dead.
I'll bet no two school teachers had a more exciting Caribbean cruise. I like it. Well, this shop looks like it had one customer a year. John, there's no dummy in here.
One over there in the window. There's no coat on it. It's bare. I should have beat it out of him. I should have dragged him down here.
Well, maybe the coat was rented.
All right, let's try it that way. Now, to whom?
Wait a minute. Here's a book here, a ledger. John Moore.
To Sailor Duval, address Shannon's place. Rented, one formal attire. Come on, Amy. We'll get that coat if we have to tear it off someone's dead body.
You ready, Slate?
Be with you in a minute.
You've been posing in front of that mirror for a half hour now. Believe me, kid, there's no more you can do. Not with your material.
Ah, you look beautiful, Sailor. I wish I was as pretty as you.
I bet you say that.
No, I mean it. You're beautiful. Takes my breath. Come here.
Oh, aren't they lovely together, John? Just like the couple on the billboards advertising Havana.
Would you think two mousy school teachers like us could ever be so uninhibited, Amy?
Work it out together, kids. Be with you in a minute. Now, bend me back a little, Slate, so we live up to the publicity.
Slate? Oh, then you would be Mr. Slate Shannon. Just the man Amy and I've been looking for.
Oh, and such a man. Well, I tilt my bifocals a wee bit, and Oh, he's such a man.
Amy, a tropical cruise really makes you shed, doesn't it?
Pay no attention to him, Mr. Shannon. John's in manual training. I'm in civics. 2 lonely school teachers on a romp. Takes John longer to forget.
And you've heard Shannon's place is where you do that. But we'll have to separate you. You in the girls' dorm, Amy, and you, John, in the boys'.
Oh, I'm afraid you've leaped to a conclusion. It's only that there's been a mistake.
You went slumming and lost your way, is that it? The museums are, well, where are the museums, Sailor?
The mistake is that you're wearing the tails that I rented for myself.
Look quick, Sailor. Am I doing that?
The shopkeeper, Emilio, gave them to this lady by mistake. I brought you another coat. Please exchange it with me.
But John wants to look nice for the party aboard the Huron.
Well, that's where we're going.
Oh.
We'd like to help you, Amy, but it took so much sweat and tears to get Slate into that coat. I doubt
Give it to me. It doesn't belong to you.
Hey, what's the matter, Buster? You got the fever?
Take it off.
Hey.
You tore it. What is it with you, school teacher? You got a thing for monkey suits?
John, leave him alone. Let's get out of here.
It'll make you sad, Shannon, not giving me that coat.
John, you gone out of your mind? Please forgive him. Come, John. The night air will bring you to your senses. I'm afraid John's the excitable type.
You're a fool, Amy. That coat's worth $50,000 to us, and you...
Don't fret, dear. We'll get it. You heard us say they were going to the party. Calm yourself, John. Calm yourself. It'll be gay.
Jeep runs pretty nice, huh, Sailor?
Like a doll. There's no other way to go to a formal party. Helter-skelter on a bucket seat. The wind whistling by.
Take your hair out of my eyes, Sailor. I'm just trying to figure out why that school teacher wanted this coat. Why he... I wonder what that car's doing parked across the road.
Why don't you just go around him?
Not enough room. Well, maybe he needs some help. Let's find out.
All right. The things a girl has to go through to do a polka. Hey, Slate, that man slumped over the wheel.
Yeah. Hey, mister. Oh, I told you he needed help. Hey, mister, what's wrong with you? Hey, give me a hand with him, Sailor.
Wait a minute. Here comes somebody. Maybe he's from this car.
Hello there. You know anything about this man?
Yeah. Purser off the SS Huron, docked this morning.
What's the matter with him?
Dead? Newly dead. Oh, now don't nod your head sadly, people. A bullet did it to him. Got mixed up in a hassle about a coat.
Get back to the car, Sailor.
She stays. Offer that coat, mister.
Give it to him, Slate.
Sure.
And I thought I was going to have trouble. You lost my whole evening. Give me the coat.
Yeah. Here, right in your face. You know, Sailor, I'm really getting attached to this coat just because so many people want it. Let's go dancing, kid.
Well, we finally made it, Slate. What a nice party.
You couldn't have kept me away. Hey, look, Sailor.
Yeah, I see him. John, the school teacher.
He's zeroing in on you. Go dance with him. Find out what makes him so neurotic about rented suits.
What'll you do?
I've got my eye on a little number name of Amy. Hey, she's tricky without the bifocals.
Yeah, she is. Maybe we better all stick together and form a square dance.
Dozy-do on your own time, Sailor. Bye now. Care to dance, Amy?
Oh, I'd love it. Where are you?
What?
My own pathetic little joke, Mr. Shannon. I'm so nearsighted without my glasses.
And quite lovely, too. You dance like a girl who it doesn't matter if she wears bifocals.
Oh, when I get home, I'm going to put what you said under my pillow to cherish on the cold, winter, old-maid evenings.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'll bet when John, the manual training teacher, finds a proper dress suit, he'll marry you like crazy.
It still disturbs you that he wants the one you're wearing?
I met another guy who wanted it. Guy who killed a man just so's I'd stop long enough for him to strip the coat off my back.
Oh, I'm a lucky girl, Slate.
How?
Lucky you're not dead, too. But how long can a girl stay lucky? Whirl me, Slate. Whirl me.
And that's the way my place is furnished, Miss Duval. I made all the furniture myself.
Oh, it's so refreshing to talk to a man who's so handy with a cross-cut saw, Mr. Martin. Especially standing against a ship's rail.
Please, there's something I must ask you.
About a coat.
About just that. How are we going to get that coat from Mr. Shannon?
Oh, Slate'd give it to you if you'd let him know why you want it. Tell me. I'll tell him.
I'm afraid I can't.
Why not? Do I look like a girl who can't be trusted by a manual training teacher?
Sitting here in this deck chair and listening, Martin, I'd say get rid of her. You need me?
Come here, Ross. Recognize this man, Miss Duval?
Sure. He got hit in the face with a coat.
He kills Miss Duval. Don't you, Ross?
It's happened. What about her, Martin?
Take her to the cabin.
Uh-huh.
Keep her alive for a while. Maybe I can trade her for a coat pocket.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
This stateroom please you, baby?
I'm trying to make up my mind. Silk drapes, beautiful furniture, crystal chandelier. Tell me something,
Ross, you can call me that. And stay away from that porthole, sis. It don't lead to no place but the ocean.
What's in Slate's coat?
The combination to the ship's safe. The teachers and me are going to knock it over. I only tell you because when it happens, you won't be no place at all.
Can I have my pocketbook?
Sure, take it. I can enjoy watching a lipstick job.
Thanks. You know, a funny thing happened this evening. Slate tore his coat. I mended it for him. And while I was playing nip and tuck with the thimble, something fell out of it. A piece of paper.
Hey, that's what we're
A
after.
piece of paper with 4 numbers on it. In 2 columns. This piece of paper.
The combination. Here, give it to me.
No, you don't. Ross.
You knucklehead. You tossed it out the porthole. So help me.
How much money in that safe, honey?
Lots. That's why I'm going to blast you where you're standing.
I can remember those numbers, Ross. You need me, honey? Sure you need me. You and me?
Hey, golly. We're mischievous, huh?
Devil may care, honey. Impish.
It's just as the travel folders told me it would be. I stand on a moonlit deck, watch Havana's lights glow in the water, a strong, dangerous man at my side. I found romance on the all-inclusive tour.
Hey, that was pretty, Amy. I'll get poetic about the tail coat I'm wearing. Make it scan why a purser got a bullet through his heart. Why... Well, I didn't even raise my hand. Hi, Teacher John.
You wanted to know why a man was killed?
Yeah, it bothers me.
I'll tell you in simple phrases. He annoyed us. The coat, Mr. Shannon. Take it off. Give it to me.
Ah, you're cruel, Teacher John. I'd catch my death of cold.
The correct usage is, you'll catch your death. No descriptive phrases.
Yeah, I always stunk in grammar. Where's Sailor?
I've left her in the hands of a man who makes a specialty of killing. Matriculated in it.
Where is she?
When you've rid yourself of the coat, I'll...
Sure, John boy. I'll rid myself. That's right, Teacher. That's what I'll do. Your boyfriend swim, Amy?
Like a fish.
A rackety ray for him. Show me, Teacher. Hey, look at him. Fella could take lessons. Huh?
If you're curious about the feeling in your back, It's a gun, Slate. It'll go away after I've gone through your pocket.
Gee, this is adult education. The things a fella picks up. Tell me what you're looking for, Amy, and we'll play at twosies.
Oh. It's not there. What have you done with it? It's not there.
What's not there?
We've been fools. Idiots. Like children. It's not there.
Oh, don't cry, baby. It's a big world. There must be other fellas' pockets you can frisk. Here, let me hold the gun so you can blow your nose. Then we'll go find Sailor, huh?
You people must have lost your way. The dancing's done.
How'd I do, honey?
I liked it.
Then I did good. Close the door. Hello, you beautiful safe, you. Okay, baby, name the numbers.
Take it easy. Don't get me flustered.
Okay, doll, numbers. Hey, what was that?
I dropped my purse.
Tough, tell me numbers.
Let's see.
Come on.
The first number was 16.
Right or left?
I don't know. Just the 4 numbers on the paper. The first was 16.
We'll try to the right. 16. Then what?
35.
Okay. 35. And?
22.
Oh, happy day. Right, 22. The last number, honey?
43, I think.
Don't think with me, honey. Not with me. I got a heater says...
43.
That's my baby. Left 43. It don't open, honey. You're gonna die, honey. Right now, honey.
You could have done something wrong.
On a safe? On a saxophone, maybe. Not a safe. Close your eyes, honey.
48.
Huh?
48. That's what the last number was, not 43.
Well, we'll try. Ooh, money. Take a fistful, lady.
I like it.
Oh, pockets full. Do it. Then we'll tiptoe off this tub like a seafaring Arab.
And drink a toast to a life of crime.
Ain't it fun?
Sit down, Amy.
Why did you bring me here?
Shannon's place has never entertained a school teacher like you, dear. Now I've got you. I'll never let you go.
Because you've fallen in love with me?
Not because you add class to the joint.
You'll keep me?
Only until you tell me what they did with Sailor. After that, it's between us. You know.
You made a mistake, Slate. Now I'll never tell you.
I could twist your arm, slap it out of you.
Try it, Slate. I won't cry out. You'll see. Go on. Try it.
My mom told me never to strike a girl who wears bifocals. Slate Shannon speaking. Yeah. Sure, LaSalle. I'll come to the pokey. Mind if I bring a girl? Aw, now that's sweet of you. Thanks, LaSalle, pal.
You won't take me to the police. Well, I won't.
Sure you will, Amy. Because I'll forget what Mom told me if you don't.
This thing of coat snatching, I do not understand, Shannon. It's not in my line.
Try hard, LaSalle. I told you. Manual training fellow walked in with Amy here, tried to tear it off my back. And at the party, Amy pulled a gun on me. Then Sailor...
Please, Senor Shannon. What little games you play with yourselves does not concern me.
Oh, you're so perceptive, Senor LaSalle. It was only a practical joke John and I were playing. Your topics make us feel like children all over again.
Yeah, I remember. I took the teeth braces off one of you.
Which brings us to the matters of violence. Violence 1. The dead purser of the SS Huron.
I phoned him into you.
We will never forget your courtesy. Put in your claim for your nickel. Violence 2. The man who was fished out of Havana Harbor with a shrunken suit and a galloping pneumonia.
That would be John Martin. I wish I could have seen him.
And the violence 3. The violence done to the safe of the ship SS Huron. Done by the hand of Senorita Duval.
You're crazy. Sailor's done a lot of things. Safe cracking's not one of her... Hey, maybe that's one she kept from me. Oh, that girl.
Do not laugh, Shannon. Your Miss Duval is in grave trouble. Her purse was found at the scene of the crime. This purse. It is hers, no?
You can buy one like it in every dollar store in Havana.
It is hers. Everything in it pointed to Senorita Duval. The perfume, the lipstick, the no money, and her name written on every loose piece of paper in the bag.
That's my sailor.
Find her, Shannon. Bring her to us. If we find her first, I will not answer for the consequence to her. Adios, senor. Senorita.
There's Ross's place beyond the pier. He's there all right. The lights are on.
Come on, I'll give you a hand out of the boat. You understand why I let you bring me here, don't you?
Because your girlfriend robbed a safe and ran out on you.
With a thug you hired. I want to see the man about a girl, and you want to see him about some money. That makes us friends for life.
Your teacher's pet, Slate.
I'll clap your blackboard erasers sometime.
Well, if it ain't Amy and Shannon, come on in.
You been expecting us, Ross?
Sure. The fireplace is all aflame and the refreshments are ready. Come in, honey cake. I guess they're here.
Hi, Slate. Cozy, isn't it? Hi, Amy.
Where's the money?
In 4 neat bundles. You, her, and me. To each a bundle.
What about John?
It's been bandied about he's too wet to handle money.
That's right. You know, the rumor's liable to get around that he killed that purser.
Let's see the money.
Get it, honey cake?
Anything you say, Boopsy. Everybody stand in line.
This is a new sailor.
Boopsy showed me how to get fun out of life. All you have to do is know numbers, open a safe, and the money just spills out at you. The things my Boopsy knows.
Boopsy, my arm on your shoulder, my hand in yours. You're a better man than I am.
Don't reach for anything, just the dough.
Something bothers me about this, Slate.
What?
All that money. It doesn't have to be shared so many ways. Does it, Ross?
What are you talking about? Amy, don't be crazy. You can...
There's your new fellow, Miss Duval. Weep. That's all I'll give you.
Now, take it easy, Amy.
We came here for this, Slate.
Look, you don't have to shoot me. You can have my part of the money.
Mine, too. 4 bundles. You can have all of them. Here.
Half is yours, Slate.
No, here, take. I said take it.
Oh!
Get it out of the fire, Amy.
Oh, my money. It'll burn. Oh, please help me. Help me get my money.
Yeah, just let me have that gun. Come on, Amy.
It'll burn.
No, it won't.
Thanks for the gun.
Tell her not to break her heart, Slate. The dough's just toasted. Here. Now you can get me out of here.
You burn your hands?
My fingernail polish is running.
That's tough. Let me ask you something. You dropped that pocketbook because you wanted someone to look for you, didn't you?
I knew you'd find me.
Let's go home. You've been gone a long time.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you by Del Monte Foods, the brand preferred by more women than any other line of canned fruits and vegetables in the world. Not Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Veiled People.
The tambourine gets all sorts of people, but this kind of man was new to me. Tall, muscular, with piercing dark eyes, black silken hair and thin beard, sun-baked skin that turned light below the eyes. In spite of his size, his hands were delicate, and he might have been graceful except for the ill-fitting white robe and his complete uncertainty. I watched him as he came back to where I was wiping some glasses behind the bar.
My name is Gerard. I would work for you, sir.
Yeah, I get all the help I need. Sorry.
I need money. I will work very hard. For only a few francs.
They don't pay in francs around Cairo. Where are you from, anyway?
If I do good work, you do not care.
Well, you ought to be a good caravan driver. Why don't you look up Ali Ben down at the camel stall?
I do not want to drive camels. I would work hard for you. Scrub floors, sweep. With this broom, I will show you.
Stay on the other side of the bar. I said nothing doing.
I clean up very good. You will see.
Cut it, will you? Look out with that broom. Gerard!
Oh, I am most sorry.
I'll bet you are. That was expensive liquor. It'll cost you plenty.
Oh, but there is no money. So, now you see, I have to work for you. Is that not so, sir?
Yeah. All right, get busy, Gerard. There was nothing to do but let him work it out. It was all new to him, but he was tireless. By night, he had the place as spotless as my grandmother's kitchen. The Cairo streets had him confused, so I helped direct him to an address in the Sharia El Gama. But he was back bright and early the next day, hard at work. That evening, I told him he'd worked off his debt, gave him a few piastres, and said he could stay on. Whoever he was or where he came from, he seemed like a good man to have around. He thanked me and hurried away. I figured the tambourine had had its fill of strange characters for a while, but a few minutes later, there were two more. They were tall and erect, dressed in blue robes. It wasn't just the fact that they blocked the door that sent me hurrying up front, but something else. The black veils that covered their faces.
Look well over the room, Jeb. The eyes regard each person, Hagar.
All right, Imshi boys. Fun's over. Take the masquerade someplace else.
Tell us now where he is.
We talk when you take off the disguise. You know, your wives will be missing those veils.
The insult, Hagar. So, now we show him the knives, Jeb. You see, sheathed to the wrists, sharp for the throat of the offender.
Yeah.
Now, where is the one who calls himself Gerard?
Gerard? What's your interest?
It is one which brings us from far across the sand. From the land of fear we come. Silence, Jeb. We talk only of the shameless one. As you say, the one who calls himself Gerard.
He's not around.
But he will return here?
Maybe. You got quite a wait.
The people of the desert are doomed to patience. We will wait here.
Yeah, hold on. We got rules at the tambourine. You check your knives at the door.
The knives remain with us.
Not in here, they don't. Keep it outside.
So, as he wishes, Jeb. We'll remain close by until the shameless one returns.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Greco speaking.
Hello, Greco. This is Rocky. Put Sam on.
The Captain Sabaya is not here, Mr. Jordan.
Where do I find him?
He is in Port Said on an extradition matter. Now, kindly state your business.
I want some of your men over here on the double.
And why?
A bunch of characters are scratching around outside, a little too anxious with knives.
Indeed. Your tambourine has a way of attracting the disreputable.
All right, just get them out of here, Greco, before they make trouble.
Proceed, please. Describe them quickly.
Oh, you can't miss them. There's three of them, tall, wearing blue robes.
You fear the fellahin?
Well, these aren't just farmers, Greco. They're different. Hey, and get this. They all wear veils.
Mr. Jordan, listen to me. You will leave them alone. Do not so much as look at them twice.
Oh, cut it, Greco. They aren't women, they're men.
Men wearing veils, Mr. Jordan?
Well, you figure it out. Now get busy.
Mr. Jordan, it appears appears that once again your mind is clouded from the wares of your cafe. I suggest you get some sleep. When you awake, you may call me again if you remember anything. Until then, good night, Mr. Jordan.
Greco, listen to me. Well, that meant I had no help from the police. Not with Greco on duty. As though that wasn't enough, Chris popped his head in the door just then with some news. He'd just been checking the cash in the register up front. It was almost 100 pounds short. In spite of all the confusion, Gerard had been gone only 15 minutes. Chris had an idea, and so did I. That gave me one more good reason to look up Gerard. I ducked out the back way and headed east up the hill into the native quarter on my way to the Sharia El Gama. I thought I'd shaken the veiled characters, but the blue robe flapping half a block behind told me different. I stepped it up, then hopped into a doorway and waited. As he came by, I was out, twisting his robe around the throat. Which one are you, Buster?
It is the offender. So be it.
Now, talk fast. What's it all about? Why do you want Gerard?
The knife will answer.
He suddenly twisted away, and I couldn't hold. His hand went to the sheath on his left wrist. My punch landed right below the ribs. He doubled but had the knife. I swung again. The knife clattered away. That's when I yanked the veil off his face.
No, not the veil. No.
In the struggle, I had a good look at his face. Black, silky, thin beard, pale skin below the eyes. Not the face of Gerard, but a lot like it. By then, the noise of the fight was bringing a lot of people. Smart foreigner doesn't get caught rolling in the native quarter, so I let him have one right on the button. He went down. I stuffed his veil in my pocket and dug for an alley. Kept it up till I was sure I was safe. Then I went on to the Sharia El Gama. The dim streetlight pointed out the place I was after. A hovel fronting the street. A horse-drawn gharry, complete with driver, stood in front. Before I reached it, I had one more hurdle. Oh, another time. Out of the way, Imshi.
An unfortunate blind for the eyes that do not see.
Allah ya cheek, Imshi. I shook him off as I saw a frightened native girl run from the house. She dumped a bundle of clothes in the gharry and was climbing in fast.
Quickly now, driver.
Hey, just a minute, lady. I want to talk to you.
No.
It's about Gerard. I've got to see him. Where is he?
Driver, whip the horse. Do not wait. Alatul.
I had my hand on the gharry, but it yanked away, and I went sprawling. By the time I was up again, the gharry had carried the girl far down the street, too fast to follow. Well, the door to the house was wide open, so I went in. I found a candle, lit it. After a couple of minutes looking, decided I'd find nothing there. I was right, and I was wrong.
Turn around, Signor Jordan, but carefully so.
I turned and faced the voice. He stood in the doorway, wearing a black flop hat over a mottled face. His crooked teeth were showing, but the grin wasn't pleasant. And he held a gun.
Sit down, Signor Jordan. We will talk about her now. Sit down.
Sure. Now, tell me all about her.
But I must ask you, where did she go?
I don't know.
Obviously, you too have an interest in her. Else, why are you here?
I came looking for Gerard.
Only because he might lead you to her. Is that not so?
No, I knew nothing about her. It happens Gerard works for me at my cafe.
Yes, I know. I follow him for a time from your cafe tonight, but the wily one, he evaded me.
That's how you know my name. I didn't get yours.
Antonio Scorpio, senor.
Now, how does Gerard concern you?
Oh, none at all, except as excellent bait. Now, let us forget him.
And while you're about it, maybe you can explain a bunch of guys running around Cairo with veils over their faces.
Let them return to their beds of sand where they belong. That's no affair of mine.
But the girl is. Why?
Senor, I'm beginning to wonder if you do know anything of this. Is it possible you do not know who she is?
You got it right.
Then you don't know her worth in gold or silver.
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
I believe I will offer you something even better, my friend.
This begins to shape up like a deal.
Well, perhaps it is. It seems that you have won the confidence of this Gerard. It is possible that he places a certain trust in you. You will wait here for him.
Yeah?
You have only to obtain the whereabouts of the girl, whose name is Sheila. Bring the information to me, and you shall be well repaid.
What happens to her and Gerard?
That need never concern you. Well, senor?
You think I'd go for a deal like that?
Well, we who for reasons cannot return to our own country must live the best we can. You answer.
Tell me all of it. I'll decide then.
Then you will get out of here. I will wait alone and you will get nothing.
Have it your way, Scorpio.
Yes. Arrivederci, signor. But mark you, keep your lips sealed. Your life means no more to me than those of the desert. Now get out.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. With jolly old St. Nick due for his annual visit in just 2 weeks, there's a festive spirit pervading the land. Yes, it's the time of year for entertaining. And that, as you ladies know, means a lot of meals to plan. So here's a timely suggestion.
Start your meals off on the right note of enjoyment with the perfect appetizer. Del Monte tomato juice.
Yes, Del Monte tomato juice is the perfect appetizer. Its just right tang and rich tomato flavor really whets the appetite. Get your meal off to a flying start. That's because
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Right. All of the sunny flavor of juicy red tomatoes fully ripened right on the vine.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
Del Monte tomatoes are rushed direct from the field to the cannery to protect their fresh, natural taste.
And Del Monte tomato juice is refreshing.
That's right. The fresh, natural flavor of Del Monte tomato juice means real refreshment. So remember,
for the perfect appetizer to start your meal off on the right note of enjoyment, it's Del Monte tomato juice every time.
Buy several cans at your grocer's. You'll find they'll come in mighty handy. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's Rocky Jordan story, The Veiled People.
Well, I went back to the tambourine and tried for some sleep, but it was filled with nightmares and a lot of unanswered questions. Next morning, I was reading the paper over some coffee when an item on page 2 caught my eye. Body of unidentified murder victim found in house at 1410 Sharia El Gama. Body taken to morgue. That was all, but not for me. 1410 Sharia El Gama was the house I'd visited the night before. I went to headquarters to pay my last respects to Gerard. Greco was still sitting at Sam's desk.
I repeat, Mr. Jordan, the Captain Sabaya is in Port Said. I am in command.
All right, you'll do, Greco. You brought in a body from a place on Shari El Gama last night. I'd like to see it.
You seem to have a special zest for the dead.
Oh, cut it, Greco. Just take me to the morgue.
Do you think you can identify him?
Yeah, I think so.
This way, Mr. Jordan. You seem most tired. Perhaps the affairs of the night.
Yeah.
Would it be that you saw more of the men with veils? Or perhaps the masks on their faces?
Yeah, that's right. Want to hear about them?
Indeed not. Your dreams obviously confuse Cairo with Chicago. Over here.
Oh, this the one?
Feast your eyes, Mr. Jordan.
Well, that's not...
Your obvious surprise does not escape me, Mr. Jordan. Who is he?
Not who I thought. Name's Antonio Scorpio.
Antonio Scorpio.
How'd he die?
From the knife, of course.
This one here?
Do not touch it, Mr. Jordan.
I wouldn't think of it. You ever see a knife like this?
In my time, I have seen many knives. They are all for one purpose. Now, I have other matters. Are you coming, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, sure, Greco. And, thanks for everything. I followed him up and went out. My thanks to Greco had been for a knife I pocketed as he turned away. It was exactly like the ones carried by the veiled men. I caught the first taxi and made it across town to the Cairo Museum. After a little waiting, got in to see the curator of the weapons division, a kindly white-topped Mr. Winters. I introduced myself and laid the knife on his desk.
Well, it is not the best specimen, Mr. Jordan, but it seemed authentic. Wicked-looking thing, isn't it? Where did you get it?
Let's just say I found it, Mr. Winters. Who would use a knife like that?
Well, it is the favorite weapon of the Tuareg. They sheathe them to the wrist for instant use.
Tuareg?
Yes, Tuareg. Remarkable people. Nomads living in the heart of the Sahara, called by many the land of fear.
That much checks. I'm just trying to remember. There's something different about the Tory.
I should say, yes. By some, they are known as the Desert Raiders, and by others, and I think much more appropriately, the people of the Vale.
Oh, of course, the veils. They all wear veils?
Oh, no. Not the women, Mr. Jordan. Only the men. The litham, it is called. A black cloth to hide the faces of the men day and night.
Still don't get it.
Well, you can say it's an answer lost to antiquity. Custom gone into reverse, you might say. In fact, a mild form of matriarchy exists.
Mr. Winters.
Yes?
Supposing one of the Tuareg wanted to get away from the tribe and then lose his identity. How could he best do that?
Well, really, I couldn't say.
All he'd have to do is change to other clothes and take off the veil. His own people might not even recognize him.
Oh, but it's hardly likely. They consider removing the veil as shameless. But it is a thought. Is it possible that you are a writer, Mr. Jordan?
Nobody'd ever believe this story. Well, thanks, Mr. Winters.
No, not at all. Please let me know how your story turns out.
Sure. If I ever find out myself. Well, I suppose I could have dropped it right there. But I was thinking about the frightened native girl I'd seen running from Gerard's house. And maybe I remembered the 100 pounds Gerard had snatched from my till. Anyhow, I decided to try for more. And that took me back to the native quarter. I found the blind man not far from where he'd been begging the night before.
Backsheesh, Effendi, backsheesh for the blind.
Hey, we met last night, remember?
The voice of the foreigner. You offered no piastre.
I got plenty today.
Allah will bless you.
A native girl got into a gharry here last night. There was a driver.
My ears heard the sound, but my eyes knew nothing.
This whole handful of piastres for the name of the driver of that gharry.
Effendi, the driver, I do not know, but on the gharry, the number, in English, it would be 27.
Thanks. Here. Go buy yourself some carrots.
Buta Shakir, Effendi, backsheesh.
It took half an hour to locate the driver of the Gary 27, and a half pound to get him to tell me where he'd taken the girl, to a little town south on the Nile called Helouan. So I invested some more money and had him take me there. Helouan turned out to be nothing more than a tiny boat stop. There were a few windowless shacks along the Nile banks. The driver pointed to one and was gone. I got to the open door of the shack and went in. I waited for my eyes to get accustomed to the dim light.
So, even to this sad place you choose to follow.
I saw her then, standing across the room at the wall. It was the girl, Sheila. Small, oval-faced. She stood erect, but helpless.
Like those of the Tuareg. Like the vicious Scorpio, you come to torment us.
I only came to find Gerard, to find out what this is all about. Where is he?
I would not tell. What do you know of Gerard?
He worked for me at my cafe.
Then you are the good Effendi Jordan of whom Gerard speaks well.
Yeah, from whom he took 100 pounds.
Oh, he will repay. He took it only to help me escape. To pay the driver who came for me to get us away.
But why? Scorpio was after you. What for? Who are you?
I am Sheila, daughter of Sheikh Amenekal, a man of wealth and position on the Munda Oasis to the south of Algiers.
A long way from home.
Would you hear my story, Effendi Jordan?
All right, Sheila. Go ahead.
Well, first you must know, Effendi, that at home I was not happy. My father had betrothed me to one I did not love. Then one night, the Torah graders came and took me into the desert, holding me for ransom. You can realize my terror. I who had been protected always from the world.
Oh, sure.
They would have been cruel to me. All but Gerard. He was tender and shielded me from the others. Such is fate. For it was the will of Allah that I should come to love Gerard. And he loved me. He aided in my escape. Together we went to the city, and I became his wife. I dared not return to my father, who would not accept Gerard as my husband. Gerard removed the blue robes and the veil, hoping the vengeful tribesmen would not find him. But it was not so easy. We went from one place to another, even to Cairo. But still they followed.
Well, that's quite a story, Sheila. But what about Scorpio?
Somehow he learned of me. Perhaps for reward, perhaps for the ransom he would take me. I'm not sure.
That's why Gerard killed him?
Oh, no. No, Effendi. Gerard never returned to the house. Gerard was waiting here.
And I return now.
Gerard,
Cut
no!
it, Gerard. Drop the knife.
Jordan, sir.
Oh, do not harm him. He comes in peace, my husband.
Only you come, Jordan, sir?
That's right, Gerard. Sheila's told me everything. You should have told me to begin with.
No. Then you would not want me to work for you. For money to take her away.
You found other ways of getting it.
Those of my tribe came too quickly. I will repay. The promise of the Tarek is good.
Well, what's your plan now?
A small passenger boat docks here at dusk. We would board it and travel far south to the interior.
Where we trust they will not find us again.
You would not stop us, Effendi Jordan.
No. Not even if I could.
We are eternally grateful.
I waited there with him the rest of the afternoon. When evening came, Sheila picked up a few belongings, and we went down to the small dock on the river. And well after sunset, a boat slid up to the dock's edge. A narrow gangplank came down, but the deck was strangely deserted. All we could see was the pilot up in the cabin, and his face was straight ahead. Something didn't look right.
Gerard, I do not understand this.
Come, Sheila. We must not wait.
Hold it, Gerard. Who's on there? Hey, speak up. Where's the crew?
If you are coming, get aboard quickly.
As he says.
No, better let me check. Wait here with Sheila. Hey, where is everybody?
So, again the offender.
Gerard, get up here.
I come, Jordan, sir.
I was pinned behind. He was heavy but too anxious, and I sent him sailing over my head, blue robes and all. As Gerard reached the deck, a second of the veiled men was mixing in. A third was scrambling down from the pilot's cabin. My foot slowed him. By then, a lot of knives were flashing, and I looked to the safety of Sheila. That's when I saw something else. A horse-drawn carrier racing down to the water's edge. Loaded down with uniforms that came piling out, headed by none other than Sergeant Greco.
Stop at once! What is the meaning of this?
Step it up, will you?
Onto the boat, quickly! Disarm them all!
Hey, Greco, how'd you get here?
So, Mr. Jordan, is not the fact that I am here enough?
Yeah, I can't say I ever cared for your face, Greco, but I'm sure glad to see it now.
In just a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. This is the time of year when hearty meals are the rule. And since one good rule deserves another, here's one you'll want to keep.
Keep a bottle of Del Monte catsup on your table. You'll find its zippy, zesty flavor makes so many foods extra tempting, extra delicious.
Yes, Del Monte catsup has a satisfying, rich tomato flavor that does justice to the finest steak. It's livelier, it's peppier. It has the kind of flavor a man can really enjoy.
On plain foods, on chops, on meatloaf, French fries, or on hamburgers, on anything that calls for catsup, Del Monte catsup is a real tomato flavor treat.
That's because Del Monte catsup is made with pineapple vinegar, the superlative vinegar that brings out all the best in tomato flavor and blends so perfectly with the special herbs and spices.
And Del Monte catsup is the only catsup made with pineapple vinegar.
So remember, Del Monte catsup for the zestiest, liveliest catsup that ever pleased a man.
There's nothing like its rich tomato flavor to perk up those hearty meals.
And Del Monte catsup costs less than many other quality brands. If you haven't tried Del Monte catsup, you're missing a real flavor treat. Try it soon. Back now to Rocky Jordan for the conclusion of tonight's story.
Well, with Greco and the police swarming around, the veiled men gave it up before too much damage was done to anybody. About that time, the pilot of the boat, who'd been held at the wheel by the Touareg's knife, came scrambling down. He was glad enough to turn the boat around, and with all of us aboard, he went back down the Nile and docked at Cairo. The three veiled men got a cell apiece. Gerard and Sheila waited outside as Greco commanded me into Sam Sabaya's office.
I will now complete the dossier on this case. Sit there, Mr. Jordan.
Sure, Greco. Oh, by the way, Sam always has coffee.
It can wait. Now, first, the matter of 100 pounds stolen by Gerard from your cafe.
I'm not preferring charges, Greco. Gerard will pay up.
Very well, as you wish.
Oh, he needed it bad. He'd hoped to earn enough working at my cafe to get Sheila away, but his tribesmen found him way too quick. Oh, they've both been through enough. Gerard asked for it when he helped Sheila escape from the Tory. I can understand why they didn't go right to her father, Sheik Amenikau. Gerard's life wouldn't have been worth much. Am I boring you?
Quite to the contrary, Mr. Jordan.
Now, the Touareg must have been asking a fancy ransom. Somehow, Antonio Scorpio got wind of it, and he located Sheila and Gerard and followed along, figuring to cut in. When the veiled men found Scorpio at Gerard's house last night, it was their chance to get rid of him. Of course, you didn't check on Scorpio.
You will be disappointed. Antonio Scorpio was a notorious criminal, last known operating in Algiers.
Good boy, Grego. Sam's going to be real proud of you.
That is my intent. You were most kind to help.
Me?
It is so easy to follow the Occidental mind.
What are you getting at?
It happens that I intended to do nothing but the matter of the knife which disappeared from the morgue. It was so like you, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, here. It's all yours, Grego.
At that point, I invoked the command of the Captain Sabaya when he left me in charge. That should you again become involved in one of your usual escapades, that questions would prove futile, I was only to watch you and follow. It was simple for us both to take the same path.
How'd you find me down at Helluan?
The driver of the garage took both you and Sheila to the Nile town. Could he not also take those of the police?
Yeah, sure. Just one thing, Greco. No rough stuff with Gerard, huh?
Sheikh Amenikau will be notified immediately, Mr. Jordan. It is a duty.
And what then?
Do not be concerned. Their marriage seems quite legal. Our father cannot force the girl's return. The man Gerard, under surveillance, may remain with her in Egypt.
Oh, yeah. That's the way Sam would handle it.
As you say, the Captain Sabaya will be most pleased with my report. Good night, Mr. Jordan.
Good night, Greco. Oh, by the way, I've got something for you.
You have, Mr. Jordan? What is it?
This veil I grabbed off Hogarth's face. Try it on, Greco. I knew it ought to look good.
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce.
Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes.
And Del Monte tomato juice.
Remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Larry Roman and Gomer Cool, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya. Sergeant Greco is played by Lou Krugman. This program is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is The Late Mr. Maru. For a gay, glamorous holiday dessert, serve Del Monte fruit cocktail. 5 luscious fruits, ready cut, so easy to serve, so pleasing to see, so delicious to taste. Del Monte fruit cocktail. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I suppose that all of us at one time or another have indulged in a little daydreaming. What would I like to be if I wasn't me? I've done it from time to time. Sat in the office looking out of the window at the London smog and drizzle. The usual things like airline pilot, postman, manager of the Savoy, dustman, film star. Yeah, that would be the one. People have often said that I remind them of Paul Newman.
Come, ducky wucky. Come, ducky wucky. Duck, 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 duck.
Viv.
Ducky.
Viv, do you mind? People are looking at us.
Oh, Adam. The Serpentine has never looked lovelier. The girls in their spring dresses, the babies in the prams, the warm sunshine dappling the ground through new leaves on the oaks. Cheese and mustard pickle sandwich?
No, Carl. Besides, it's nearly all gone to those flipping ducks that you were talking to like long-lost brothers.
Yes, I like to get here as often as I can, you know. So peaceful. Gooseberry? No?
Yeah, well, this is all very idyllic, Viv, but you didn't ask me out to lunch to wax lyrical about the flora and fauna of Hyde Park.
This Wednesday day is really superb. No, Adam, of course you're right. You always see through my little ruses, don't you? Does the name Zeki Lukades mean anything to you?
Nick the Greek? Not half. Second most wanted espionage agent and subversion expert on our files.
Yes. Well, he's getting married in Greece. I want him, Adam. Devenish wants him. In fact, the whole of military intelligence want him.
And I've got to get him, right?
Right. And to achieve that end, you are going to become a film star.
Adam Kane in
Greek Fire. I don't know what Viv found so amusing. People did say I looked like Paul Newman. I suppose when you've been working with someone for as many years as Viv had with me, you couldn't be objective. Anyway, as fate would have it, I somehow been given a small part in a movie that a German television company were making. I was at the studio the following morning for my first day's shooting. 6 o'clock in the morning.
Put your makeup table there.
Mr. Cooler, Hans Cooler.
Ein Moment bitte, können Sie nicht? Can't you see I'm busy? Und jetzt, ich mache mir nicht, der Liebste. Ja, das ist es. Hier ist Valerie, wo sind continuity? Valerie! Please, we must all have to check in proof photo. Valerie, come here, please.
Off you go.
Mr. Cooler, my name's Adam Kane.
Please, Mr. Flynn. We're all friends on this ship. Call me Hans.
Oh, thank you. You can call me Adam.
Secret. Thank you, madam.
No, Adam.
Huh? Sir, like in Eve, yeah?
Yeah, you could put it like that.
So, what can I do for you, Adam?
What's the bouquet for somebody?
You are playing the part of Wilson the chauffeur, are you not?
Well, actually, I thought I would be playing a...
Go to the wardrobe, then Derek for makeup, and Valerie for your script.
Sir, what is the matter with you? That is a bouquet, not a 10 for now. What are you doing?
Well then, I'll just go and get changed into...
I will not, under any circumstances, work with this amateur.
I don't know what all this fuss is about.
He walked straight into my bedroom without so much as a bio leave or nothing. Amsterdam's answer to Robert Breakfast, as far as I'm concerned, can go and jump in the canal.
That was entirely uncalled for, Jane, darling. All I want to do was to run over some logs with you.
I bet.
Please, children, there's no way to start your first day shooting. We have a tight schedule, and if we are to get to Greece next week for the location, we must concentrate.
Yes, Hans.
Peter.
10 seconds, thank you.
Herr Ovenkamp, I am redressing you. What are you still doing here, Adam?
Yeah, makeup. Talk about the Teutonic love for work. We didn't stop until 7 that night. I dragged myself across London in the tail end of the rush hour to report to Viv. As I sat there in the tube, admiring a particularly well-striped bra model plastered on the billboard just above a Pakistani bus driver's head, I'm trying to work out what I'd been doing for the last 13 hours or so. And when I added it up, it came to a big fat nothing. Here I was, hot, sweaty and knackered, and I'd done absolutely
nothing. One has to expect it, Adam, on the first day of shooting.
Yeah, but Viv, I'm so tired. I've done nothing, and yet I'm exhausted.
Oh, yes, quite natural. No physical stimulation, so your mind compensates. And as mental activity is 10 times more wearing, it's to be expected. Not on to work?
Oh, Viv, can't it wait till the morning? I want to kill.
I'm afraid it can't. It won't take long, and besides, you have to be back on set again at 6.
I've forgotten.
Now, Leucadius is known to be in Kavala, a little town in northern Greece on the borders of Bulgaria and Yugoslavia. He plans the nuptial ceremony for next week. It'll be traditional, so they'll start on Friday, and the celebrations will go right through until the following Monday.
And when you say traditional, do you mean orthodox?
Oh, yes. 3 times around the Aya Trapeza, the maternal slap, everything. Well, you'll see it. The best time to move in will be when the bride and groom are back at the house.
Oh, I see. Not only am I to suffer another week of Ants Cooler, James Brock, and Peter Ovencamp, I've got to get myself invited to Leucadi's wedding as well. You don't want much, do you? Well, can't I wait till the poor Burke's had his wedding night?
No, you can't. It's the right psychological moment. You'll be completely relaxed. Last thing in the world he'll expect. And also, the helicopter will rendezvous 5 miles east of Kavala, 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon.
No choice, you see. You pays your money, but on this occasion you didn't get to pick. Zeki Leucadi's had come unstuck this time. After 15 years of very successful spying, and very lucrative too, he has to do a stupid thing like going back to his hometown to marry his childhood sweetheart. The mayor's daughter, would you believe? Still, these Greeks have always been an over-sentimental lot. Blood will out, I suppose. It always knocks me when I have to travel through town when there's no one else on the road, and to have to stop at the lights. Especially when it's dark, and 5 in the morning, and there's nothing to do at the other end.
Yes, all right, come on.
Quiet, everybody! Quiet!
Now, Jane, Peter has just told you he has fallen in love with your mother. I want to see all the hate you can muster. And Peter, you are absolutely chest-fallen. Ready?
Camera!
Rolling.
Mark it!
Scene 47, take 1.
Action!
I don't believe it. You come for the weekend at my invitation, take advantage of my parents' hospitality in more ways than one, and then expect me...
I know. And don't you think I'm hating myself for it? Every time I look at you, it's a mirror of her.
I think you're disgusting. Father will be back from Moscow tomorrow. This will kill him.
You wouldn't, Erica. You can't. You wouldn't tell him.
Just try and stop me.
Cut! That's okay for me. Wolfgang for Ihnen.
Prima.
But, Hans, you can't. I was awful. I made that terrible fluff right in the middle of my speech.
Don't worry, Liebling. Your voice is going to be dubbed into German anyway. We can cover that up.
Hans, do you think you'll get to me today? The reason I ask is...
Wardrobe and makeup, Adam. Today is your big chance. All right, everybody. Studio work. Finish. We move outside now. Thank you, my most dear and most generous friends. You are truly the most wonderful comrades a man could have. On Sunday, I am going to be taking the biggest step that a man can take. I will have new responsibilities. Some of them will be little. Some of them will be not so little. In my life, I have done some good things, some not so good things. I am the first to admit that I have not been a saint. Maybe the way that I did these things was not the way all men would have done them. But I believe that what I have done has made me able to say to myself, I have always told myself the truth. That is important to me. I have also completed my own task that I set myself when I was a little strip urchin in this town. We have a new school. We have now a place for our priest to sleep in the comfort that is right for a holy man. We have a place for little urchins like myself, like you, Demetrius, you, Georgios, you, Naxos, where they can find love and shelter and peace
from the struggle that is life. So, tonight, my dear friends, my brothers, we drink to the end of an old life. At the beginning of a new life, we drink!
I'm never really beside myself with joy at the prospect of eating in a canteen at the best of times. The very word conjures up a picture of bullet-hard sausages and cold grey mashed spuds, grease globs forming on your gravy before you can get the plate to the table. And that was one of the compensations of working on a film set, in the studio, that is. The studio canteen was really plush. Not only did it have an a la carte menu, it was also free.
So, when Jane gets out of the car, you quickly run around the passenger side and open the door. Then you pick up her luggage, which has the electrodes in, and you drop them like hot coconuts.
Oh, Hans, can't we forget the movie for 2 minutes, just while we eat?
Meine kleine Liebling, please. When you work with Cola, you eat, sleep, during the movie. And while we're eating, it might be just as well to remember that we will not fare so well when we are in the wilds of northern Greece.
Yeah, you could be right, Hans. By the way, when are we scheduled to leave?
Madam, my friends, we have made up the day. We could be on the plane. Banning accidents. Wednesday evening?
Why, Adam? Don't know. Have you little affair de coeur to arrange?
No, mate. I want to button up on some old Greek recipes so that I know what I'll be eating. And a recipe for old cottage pie in case I get a chance on exchange. You never know, do you? I might even get invited out. So far, so good. Everything was going as planned. We finished the studio work with a day in hand. All accidents banned. Onto a Greek Airlines jumbo without too much fuss from our 2 stars, although they teetered on the brink a couple of times, and out onto the white-hot tarmac of Athens Airport.
Oh, Adam, this is so exciting. Oh, dear darling, and help me with these ghastly suitcases.
Yeah, of course, love. Yeah, in there.
That's it. Now, where to?
Adam! You've got to be of assistance. I've lost that idiot Peter Hovenkamp somewhere. The boss is waiting to take us to the private airstrip for the charter flight to Kavala. It leaves in an hour.
All right, Hans, all right. I'll whip across to the little boys. He may have got himself locked in.
You know, generally, the more I see of Mr. Kane, the more I wish that I had him playing opposite you.
Oh, I second that.
Hans! It's all right. I found him.
Where was he?
Locked in. Into the bus, and a petrifying, death-defying journey through Athens, and onto the charter flight. There are more comfortable ways of travelling, but then you sacrifice comfort for speed in the film business.
How long have we been in the air now, Adam?
Oh, about 3 hours.
That means we have another 5 to go.
Oh, I'm so excited I can't tell you. This is my very first time out of England.
My darling one, if you sustain the performance you gave us back at the studio, it won't be your last. Your fame will be international.
How's the Flying Dutchman doing then?
Oh.
Not a very good sailor, is he?
Yeah, my sick friend, you will have to look to your morals if you want a pair of sea feet.
Yes, comrade. Please don't worry your head over such a simple matter as this. Of course I know it's important. Have I not spent a great deal of money to get it? Look, the Bulgarian border is but 30 kilometers from here. I can be with you in an hour. But, comrade, not until Monday. Until after the wedding. No, that is not possible. This is my last mission for you or anybody else. I'm tired. I'm weary of this life. Thank you, comrade. I'm glad you understand. There's
German television film company arriving here sometime this week. So there will be plenty of...
The film people, she's here.
I must go now, comrade. They are here, ahead of time. Till Monday. Wish me good luck. Ευχαριστώ.
Stavros! To my father-in-law, the mayor. Tell him our guests must be properly welcomed, that he must attend to it. If he is too busy, I will do it. Quickly now.
At last. I was beginning to feel like a bit of headache in the team.
Take it to a bed. Right now.
Oh, doesn't this place look absolutely beautiful? And it smells so fresh. And I'm so hungry I must eat immediately.
Me too. What about you, Petey boy?
I couldn't face another crust of bread as long as I live. I feel terrible.
Come on, mate. A nice dish of octopus and ouzo. Fix you up in seconds.
Oh, Adam, don't be so cruel.
No, my friends. This is a surprise. We did not expect you for another 2 days. But not to worry. That means you can't be with us that much longer.
Sorry. I am the future son-in-law of the mayor of our little town. He was busy with a customer in his barber shop. He sent his apologies. I am his deputy, Zeki Lukadis.
Wunderbar. This is the stars of our film, Miss Jane Brock and Mr. Peter Hoven.
Hello.
The crew you will meet later when I finished unloading the equipment. And this is our very able supporting artist, Mr. Adam Kane.
Hello, Mr. Lukadis.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Kane.
If I could have seen a huge hypodermic syringe appear out of thin air and plunge itself into Lukadis' neck, then in a second have the plunger fully pulled out, you might get a fair description of what happened to the Greek's face. It took only a second to pull himself together, but he'd given away just enough to say that he knew. Now he was on guard, but you'd never have guessed.
Come, my men will take your things to my hotel. You can rest, you can bath, eat. Then you will be in a fit state to make yet another epic for the little silver screen.
We all trooped off the field with Lukadis in the lead, then onto the bus. Quite a new one. Not the sort of vehicle you would associate with a small Greek town hundreds of miles from anywhere. We drove off the field and through what I suppose you would call the poorer area. The little box-like houses were being painted, inside and out. Outside a few of them, there were bits of new, very modern kitsch furniture. Not so poor, after all. The hotel was brand new, to everyone's delight and surprise. In fact, the old town had an air of prosperity not found in most parts of Greece. The crew and cast checked in and went to their rooms. I'd just got out of the shower. Oh, yeah, there was one of those, too, and was getting stuck into a scotch.
Just a minute.
Come in.
Can I speak with you?
Sure.
So, the renowned Adam Kane. How did you know I was here? Silly costume, I suppose. What are you doing here? Not to kill me, surely.
No, Lukadis. Just to take you back with me. You're a very important man, you know. There are a lot of questions to be answered, in quite a few languages, too.
You can't be serious. Hey, come over here to the window. You see, down there, the church, with the new cottage for the priest. Further down the road, that new brick house, an orphanage.
Mm-hmm.
This hotel, I built them for the people of this town. Do you think they will let you get 3 feet away from here?
I've got a job to do, mate. I'll think of something.
Don't try, Adam. They will kill you. I'm finished now. I've stopped running like the wind. I'm now a civilian. So please, don't do silly things. I have nothing against you personally, but I will kill you.
They say strike while the iron is hottest. I did. I caught him before he hit the ground. I was hoping that he'd not got word to any of his mates about me. Hello, love. Reception? Yeah, I'd like to get a car. Well, as soon as possible. How long? 15 minutes, good. Yeah, I'd like to have a look at the countryside. It took me 2 minutes flat to get dressed. Out the door. Down the corridor to what I thought might be a linen cupboard. Never fails. There it was in all its glory. The good old linen basket on wheels. Now, just wheel it up. Then back down the corridor to my room. It was going to be a bit awkward, but...
Thank you, Mr. Kane.
I came to about the same time as Zeki Lukades. We were both looking at Peter Hovenkamp, and he was holding a very nasty-looking weapon in his hand, a snub-nosed .38.
I'm sorry that I had to do that, Adam, but I had strict instructions that on no account was anybody to stand in my way. My instructions were to be carried out to the letter.
Yeah, I suppose that you're going to let him go running back to his mates at the KGB.
Oh, no. Those were not my instructions at all. I don't work for the KGB. I work for Dutch military intelligence.
Well, what a bleating neck did you belt me for, then?
I didn't know who you were then, until I found your card.
Charming. You've been through me pockets, too.
Oh, yes, and his. I have what I want. The entire list of Middle European agent network that he was going to sell to his Bulgarian friends.
That's great. Now, perhaps you can help me. I've got to get him back to London.
Oh, it's a funny thing about superiors, Adam. They never seem to take kindly to having their orders disobeyed. And my orders are that he is to be exterminated.
No.
I'm only doing my job, Cadiz. No, Adam, don't move. I would hate to have my superiors having to think up replies to the angry notes they would get from your superiors. I'm sorry about this. But you do understand, don't you? I would hate to lose my pension.
Careful with that hurts.
Yes, I can see them. Two little lumps almost on top of each other.
Oh.
You're very lucky not to be suffering from bad concussion.
Well, I don't mind that so much. What I'm riled about is that I let him get one over on me. I'm not going to forget that in a hurry. Bleeding cheat.
Oh, don't take it too hard, Adam. He probably saved us a job. What was his name again? Camphoven?
No, Hovenkamp. And what do you mean he saved us a job?
Well, we would have shot him.
Do you mean to tell me that all that effort was a wild goose chase, that I could have gone straight there and done the job?
Oh, no, Adam, that wouldn't have done at all. You see, Devenish was most explicit about wanting him back here. But we would have shot him.
So I was right. I could have done it.
No, you could not. Don't you see, we had instructions. And where would we all be if we didn't obey instructions?
My name's Adam Kane.
My name is Adam Kane. Is broadcast each week at this time with Don McCorkindale as Adam Kane. The series is written by Dale Cutts, produced by Margaret Heel.
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in The Silent Men. The National Broadcasting Company proudly presents Douglas Fairbanks' production of The Silent Men. Transcribed stories of the undercover operations of the special agents of every branch of our federal government and their relentless fight against crime. And now here is Douglas Fairbanks.
This is no pleasant tale I have to tell. It is the story of the bitter struggle of the United States government to prevent the Soviet Union from arming for total war at American expense. It's a story of hate, intrigue, and murder told to me by a highly placed American official in Europe. In it, I will play the role of Special Agent Henry McAdam, a file case entitled Murder in Vienna, in which only the names and places are fictional. I just finished an assignment for the ECA in Florence, Italy, when a terse cable from Washington ordered me to report immediately to Special Agent Maury Kahn in Vienna. I'd worked with Maury some years ago on some tough narcotics cases, and a warm friendship had sprung up between us. It was good to see him weaving his lanky form through the little knots of pieces.
McAdam, Washington's gift to law and order. Come on.
Well, where are we going?
You know, in Vienna, there's only one thing you do on Sunday afternoon. Go for a walk.
Any place in particular?
No, just so long as it's in the American zone of occupation.
No. The others aren't so healthy, eh?
Not for me. Vienna's divided into zones, just like Berlin.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but what about the International Patrol?
Only in newsreels they're effective.
What's the matter?
Just picked up my shadow.
Well, they don't let you get lonely, do they?
No, for every American here, there's 2 commies to watch him. Let's stand here. He can't get close enough to hear me.
Fill me in. What are you working on now?
I don't want to talk shop today. It's Sunday, and the first nice day we've had in a month.
Oh, it's lovely.
So I'll take 60 seconds off to brief you on what I've been doing. After that, nothing. Till tomorrow. Deal?
Sure.
Okay. Vienna's Russia's most important commercial contact with the West.
Uh-huh.
They do most of their buying here. They set up an agency under Colonel Zarkov. Ball bearings, machine tools, heavy precision machinery. They buy it from all over the world, including America.
How do they clear the borders with it?
They not only buy materials, they buy men. Customs inspectors, officials of all sorts.
Kind of frightening, isn't it?
Yeah, and sickening. Some big American firms are shipping these goods to neutral countries knowing they'll end up in Moscow.
Well, we not only have to buck the commies, but Americans too, it seems.
That's what I've been working on.
You've made no reports on this, eh?
Nope. I've been carrying the facts up here in my head. Lists of names, shipments, and proof.
How come you haven't filed interim reports?
Interim reports would have attracted attention to what I was doing, and a lot of big names are mixed up in this. American names. They'd start throwing their weight around, and I'd be taken off the case one way or another. Like last night.
What was last night?
Last night, somebody took a shot at me.
Where are we now?
Neubergasse, where the American and French zones meet.
Oh. You know, there's still a lot of charm about Vienna. Look at this statue of Mozart playing for 2 children dancing. And that organ grinder. Vienna, city of music and romance.
Not now. It's a city that lives in the past, a city of tired, faded dreams. In 24 hours, the charm wears off, and you see it for what it is.
All right, but the 24 hours it takes, do you mind if I enjoy them?
Say, you're right. You should enjoy them, and I'll tell you what I'll do, Henry. I'm going to help you.
That's more like it.
Come on. If there's one thing in Vienna that's a sheer delight, I have it.
What's that?
A girl. She's waiting for us at the Stadtcafé.
Whatever charm and gaiety was still left in Vienna seemed to have concentrated on the Stadtcafé. It was a little sidewalk restaurant overflowing with coffee, conversation, and laughter. Molly's girl wasn't there when we arrived, and an overfed waiter thumped some coffee and a huge platter of pastries on the table before us.
She's 10 minutes late. That's not like us.
That's love for you. When 10 minutes seems like an eternity.
Yeah.
Your shadow seems to be having himself a time. He's got himself a friend now.
The new one's probably your boy.
So soon?
Yeah. Henry.
I know. Carry a gun and watch out.
They must know I'm onto something. They wouldn't have taken a shot at me.
Where did it happen?
I'd taken Elsa home. Was on my way back.
How long have you known her?
Since I came here about a year ago. She's a receptionist at the ECA office here. Look, don't say anything to her about last night.
Okay. Know anything about your work?
No. Oh, there she comes now.
And then some.
Yeah. Elsa! Over here.
Having your coffee without me?
Elsa, this is Henry McAdam, the friend I told you about.
How do you do, Mr. McAdam?
Oh, Henry, to beautiful women.
Thank you. Henry?
Some coffee?
Please.
Hey, why were you so late, Elsa?
I had things to do.
What kind of things?
Oh, that is so like a man. For weeks now he has been hiding some terrible secret. And every time I ask him about it, he tells me politely to mind my own business. Now I am 10 minutes late, and I must give him a detailed account. Perhaps he will tell you what this mysterious business of his is all about, Henry.
Could be.
And you will tell me?
Sure, positively.
Just so that you may come with us.
Elsa's making dinner for us tonight.
No, really?
You are coming to my apartment.
Hey, you can't back out of this one, McAdam. You want to shatter a beautiful romance?
Oh, two's company,
Oh, come along, my two handsome American boys. One on each arm.
On our way out, we passed the two Russians, Maury's shadow and his friend. They were keenly interested in our departure, but made no move to follow us. We walked a few blocks to a garage where Maury was having his Jeep serviced. Then we drove down Neubergasse towards the outskirts of the city where Elsa lived. We still in the French sector?
Just left it. We're in the Russian area now. I think I'll take it a little faster.
Kind of a desolate stretch.
Yeah.
Look, there's a car behind us.
So what? It's a free road.
But they're moving up on us.
Take a look, McAdam.
I don't know. They're moving up awful fast.
Hang on. I'm going to open her wide.
They're gaining.
Oh, just probably some guy who feels like racing. Guess I'm getting jumpy after last night, you know.
We'll know in a couple of seconds. They're even with us.
Pull over!
Keep going, Maury. Don't stop.
They'll run us into the ditch. We'll be killed.
Up your car! It's no use. I should have known better. We got to stop. Elsa, when I stop, you get out and run for it. You too, McAdam.
Get out, Elsa. I'm saying.
No, it's me they want. You can get away too, Henry. No. Hurry, Elsa.
It's too late.
Get out of the car. Hurry up. What do you want? Get out. Let the girl go. Elsa, you go. She stays.
She's got nothing to do with this.
I'm not asking you. Start walking toward my car. Keep your hands over your heads. This is good night's work. Maury Kahn and Henry McAdams, two American agents.
Should get you an extra issue of vodka.
Hey, look, I've got nearly $100 American in my pocket. Take it and let the girl go, huh? For an American, you are very chivalrous. Peter, these men must have guns. Take them.
No.
And now, get in the car. We will be a little crowded, but not for long. You can get in the back seat with your girl, Don Stefan. You keep them company. McAdam, you get in the front with Peter and me. Hey, what do you want her for? She knows nothing. She's done nothing. You are making me think about the girl. Shut up.
We demand that you let her go.
You demand? Oh, that's different. Peter, open the door and let her out.
Stop the car.
That wasn't in the bargain. Throw her out, Peter. All right?
Elsa! Why, you...
Up at your fool. You will make me go up the road.
Not for I...
Peter, quietly. All right?
It was the cool antiseptic smell of the hospital that made me first realize I was still alive. I struggled to get my eyes open and finally made it. I found myself speaking to a man who sat on a chair near my bed. But the voice didn't sound like mine. What do you want?
Nice to have you with us again.
How long have I been where I am?
A little less than 2 days.
Oh.
Feeling pretty woozy?
Tongue weighs 2 tons. How did Maury make out?
You're in no shape to talk yet.
I said, how did Maury make out?
That's doctor's orders.
Dead?
The doctor said to...
Maury's dead. You've got to tell me.
Yes.
And the girl?
What girl?
Elsa. She was with us in the car.
We found you and Maury in a field.
Oh.
There was no girl.
Look in the ditch. You'll find her, too. What do you want?
I worked with Maury. I'm Gilbride, his chief.
Good for you. Go away.
We'll get to the bottom of this as soon as you can talk.
Sure. We'll talk. Lots of talk. But Maury's dead. He never had a chance, did he?
You go back to sleep now.
All right. But when I get up, I'm resigning. I'm going back home and raise cabbages. 24 hours later, the miracle that's present in every one of us had taken place. I was out of bed, walking groggily around my little room. The door opened, and a nice-looking man in his early 50s came in. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him.
Well, hello, McAdam.
You're looking much better today.
Well, thanks.
I'm Jack Kilbride, head of the division that Maury Kahn worked for.
Oh, I remember you now. You asked me about the girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
You said look in the ditches. Maybe we'd find her. We looked. She wasn't there. Any ideas?
Yeah.
Well, let's have them.
Tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
Because I get out of here tomorrow.
You want to take over where Maury left off?
That's the general idea.
Not strong? No.
I'll gain strength as I go along.
All right, report into my office before you do anything.
Sure thing.
You'll have all the help we can spare you on this thing.
Just one good man will do it. And I got him all picked out.
Name him and he's yours.
Maury Kahn. Can you get him for me? They checked me out of the hospital 10 o'clock the next morning. I phoned information at ECA headquarters. I asked for Elsa, and they said she hadn't reported in for work in 3 days. They gave me her address, 797 Schoenberg Platz, apartment 3. I took a cab to that address. I managed to climb the stairs and ring the bell on her apartment door.
Ja?
A middle-aged lady opened it and stared at me out of frightened eyes.
Was ist? What is wrong? You are sick?
A glass of water and I'll be all right.
Come in. Sit down. I will bring you some. Here.
Thanks.
What do you want?
Elsa, where is she?
She is not home.
I've got to talk to her.
I know nothing. You had better leave at once.
When did you see her last?
I have not seen her. Please, go.
You live here with her?
Yeah. I am her aunt.
She said she was bringing her boyfriend home for dinner on Sunday night. Were they here?
Yeah.
You're lying. They did not come here for supper. Maury was killed on the way here. Why are you lying?
They told me to say nothing. If I tell you, they will kill me.
I was in the car when they threw her out. Is she still alive?
Yeah. She is badly hurt. But she still lives.
She's in a hospital?
Yeah.
Which one?
That is all I can tell you. Already, I have told you too much.
Her life is in danger. Tell me how to get to her and I can save her.
I am helpless. We are all helpless. Now go. Go.
I found Elsa's hospital easy enough. By phoning and asking for a patient by the name of Elsa Wassel, I found out where she was. In a hospital called the Lavino, in the Russian sector, of course. The girl at the desk was friendly enough and told me that Elsa was in room 56, but couldn't see visitors. Doctor's orders. When she turned away to answer the phone, I slipped by her down the long corridor. The door to room 56 was blocked by a heavy-set man. He looked familiar. I'd seen him not too long ago behind the wheel of a car in which Maury, Elsa, and I had been taken for a car ride.
What do you want?
We meet again, eh?
Again? We've never seen you before.
No, not since last Sunday night.
Last Sunday night? You must be crazy. I've been on duty every night for 2 weeks.
Care to let me try to prove it? The young lady inside.
You can't go in there. Doctor's orders.
I'm going in anyways.
Well, you are not.
I put up a fight, but my knees gave way on me, and Ivan the Terrible finished up by tossing me out on the street like a drunken bum. I lay there on the grass trying to gather up enough strength to get up. Finally, 2 old women helped me to my feet and put me in a cab. I drove to my hotel and crawled into bed. There I stayed until the next morning. About 11 o'clock, I got down to Kilbride's office.
Come in, McAdam. Sit down.
Thanks.
I thought I'd see you yesterday.
I did a little sightseeing.
At the Lavinov Hospital.
Thought I'd get in to talk to Elsa.
Just like we tried the day before.
You couldn't get in either?
No. Doctor's orders, no visitors.
Did they say when?
No.
The man guarding her door was one of the men in the car Sunday night.
Are you sure?
Positive.
You'll be alibied 100 different ways.
If we could get in to see the girl, she'll prove it.
I wouldn't count too much on it. By the time we get to see her, she won't remember a thing.
Give me an idea of what Maury was on, and I'll take over.
Oh, we don't know too much about it.
Let's see his file record.
He left none. He kept it all in his head. You two were supposed to compile it.
That's right. Well, there must be some clue as to what he was doing.
Well, some little scraps of paper we found in his desk. He used to jot down notes like a lecture or something, leave them in his drawer. They don't mean anything to us.
Hope you hung on to him.
Oh, I got them right here in my desk.
Let's take a look.
Here's one that just has the word Barrington written on it. And here's another one. It says SD.
May I see them, please?
Yeah.
Here's one with another name, Zarkov.
That's the only one means anything to me. Colonel Zarkov. He's in charge of the Russian buying commission here.
Good. I'll take these with me.
All right, I've made copies. What are you going to do with them?
Study them till I can get the message they're supposed to give. I took Maury's notes to my hotel and spent a few hours trying to make sense out of them. 2 of them had been written in pencil, blue pencil, and by the strength of the coloring, I knew they'd been written at the same time. These were the 2 that read Barrington on one of them and 2 letters SD on the other. I put a transoceanic phone call through to my chief in Washington.
McAdam, you all right now?
Fair. Heard about Maury?
Yes. What's on your mind?
I've taken over for Maury. I want you to trace a name for me.
Give it to me.
Barrington. 2 R's. Could be the name of someone in the export-import business.
That isn't much to go on. What do you want to know, in case we find him?
Everything. Now, look, this might help you. The initials, S for sugar, D for David. Maybe the trade name of the company or the name of the company Barrington shipped goods to.
You couldn't be bigger if you tried.
Huh.
Barrington and SD. You're looking for a miracle.
Well, I went to the right spot for one, didn't I? Early next morning, Kilbride sent an office car to get me. When I joined him, he was pacing his office floor with nervous excitement.
You feeling better today?
Physically, yes.
Good enough to visit a sick friend?
Elsa?
Yeah, Provost Marshal's office phone. Colonel Zarkov has issued a special permit for us to visit Elsa Wassel at 11 o'clock.
Zarkov, the big boy himself.
The Provost Marshal informed Zarkov of this officer's interest in the case, and he has graciously arranged this meeting so we can clear him of any connection with it. You know what that means?
I can guess.
It means it's all rigged up. That girl won't remember a thing. It's a waste of time to go.
Come on, Chief. I need the air. The girl at the information desk at the Levinov Hospital nodded us towards the long corridor and told us to go to room 56. I caught a glimpse of the same guard who had blocked me yesterday when I tried to see Elsa. Stop a minute.
What is it?
The guy at the door. He drove the car we were in. I'd know him anywhere. How come they left him here? I don't get it.
You'll get it.
Yes, American gentlemen.
Been on any more motor trips lately?
Do you run?
We have a permit to see Elsa Wassel.
Just a minute, please. Colonel Zarkov, the 2 Americans.
Oh, yes. Mr. Kilbride. We have met before. Your friend I have not had the pleasure.
Henry McAdams.
How do you do?
Improving, no thanks to you.
Rather surprised to find you here, Colonel. Isn't this a little out of your line?
Your Provost Marshal has told me the basis of your interest in this girl. There are some very ugly implications which it is my duty to disprove.
While you 2 diplomats are exchanging credentials, I'll go in and talk to the girl.
We will all go. You understand, of course, she has been badly hurt and must not be too severely taxed.
Elsa.
Do you remember this man, Miss Watson?
He was in the car with me.
Do you remember my name, Elsa?
No. You were a friend of the man who drove me home from the office.
That's right. Do you remember everything that happened?
Clearly.
Good girl. Tell us.
Yes. Tell us exactly what happened.
I was being driven home from the office with this man and his friend. On the way, we were stopped by another car.
So? How many men were in the car that stopped you?
I do not remember. More than one, that is all I know.
Did you know any of them? Tell the truth.
Huh? One of them was Hans Drebel, An old sweetheart of mine. He was furious because I had told him I didn't want to see him anymore.
Mm-hmm. And what nationality was he?
Austrian, of course.
Austrian? There wasn't an Austrian in the whole
You
car.
are mistaken. They were all Austrian.
How many men did you say there were in the car?
I do not remember.
Can you give us any descriptions?
No, only Hans. And I have already told this other gentleman...
You may rest assured we are searching for him.
If I show you one of the men in the car, would you remember him?
Yes.
Colonel, ask your man outside the door to come in, please.
Certainly. Alex, come inside, please.
No, it's no use, Henry. They've rehearsed this 100 times.
This man, Elsa. Have you seen him before?
He has been standing at my door.
Before then?
No.
He was not one of the men in the car?
No, he was not.
Elsa, look at me and say that.
I had never seen him before I got into the hospital.
You're lying, Elsa. Do you hear? You're lying. This man killed your lover.
So now you're resorting to typical American police methods. I shall have to conclude this interview.
Elsa, were you thrown out of the car?
I wasn't thrown out. I jumped out myself. I was afraid of Hans, what he might do to me.
You see, gentlemen, a purely domestic affair. A jealous lover, the triangle. Our patient is becoming weary.
Let's go, Henry.
1 minute. Elsa, you know Maury is dead.
I have been told.
You won't help me punish the men who did it. You loved Maury, didn't you?
I did not.
One does not love Americans. One merely tolerates them for cigarettes and silk stockings. Is that not so, Elsa?
Don't let them frighten you, Elsa. One last chance. Would you swear in a court that what you have told us is the truth?
Yes. Yes.
Now, see what you have done.
Let's get out of here. All the way back to Kilbride's office, I burned with anger and frustration. Kilbride tried to snap me out of it, but I practically told him to go find a lake and jump in it. He put up with me till he got back in his office.
What you need is a new head. One you're wearing is useless for a while. Take a week off.
You're wrong, Chief. After seeing Elsa, what I need is a new stomach.
She was scared, Henry. Scared to death.
The whole world's scared to death. Bluffed into a state of panic. I'm in a panic. You're in a
Oh,
panic.
here's a cable on my desk for you.
Oh, thanks.
A week in Paris, maybe.
Hey, get a load of this. From the chief in Washington. Checked records. No Barrington registered in import-export trade. However, Barrington may refer to road and airstrip paving machines, highly strategic and forbidden entry into Iron Curtain countries.
Oh.
Letters SD may have been abbreviation for Switzerland. 3 of these shipped to Europa Company in Switzerland last month. Properly licensed, but investigate immediately. Signed Burke.
I'll get busy on that at once, and you take yourself a holiday.
That'll be my holiday. A week in Switzerland? Oh, I feel better already. A day later, we were in Bern, Switzerland, talking to the owner of the Europa Company, the address to which the airstrip pavers had been consigned. It took the presence of a high Swiss official who accompanied us and the threat of arrest to force an admission from him that he had reshipped the machines to Budapest. We got the numbers of the freight cars which carried them and located them in a little town on the Austria-Hungarian border. From a reluctant customs official, we got permission to hold the train for examination.
I guess they're right at the end.
Scrap iron they're building as.
Sure. Gives the customs people an out who inspects scrap iron.
Here we are.
Yeah. There's a friend of ours talking to the customs man.
Colonel Zarkov.
Let's go. Colonel Zarkov?
Hmm? Oh, the America. What do you want?
Nothing much. Just to take a look at those last 3 cars.
Henry, break the seal.
You cannot do that. The shipment is consigned to my government.
My government says it stays here. What? Take a look at it. A great big airstrip paver.
Too bad, Zarkov.
No, it is not that serious, I assure you. We have already received delivery on 20 of those magnificent American machines. And there will be more. many more.
Maury would have liked that, stopping the shipment the way we did.
Yeah. And there will be more, many more, Zarkov said.
I don't believe him, do you?
I don't know. I really don't know. How come you're so confident?
Just a feeling that the American people are waking up. The people back home are starting to realize that all this corruption and greed can only lead to one thing, national suicide. Say, how'd that sentence look in my report?
It could get you a promotion, a job in the Congressional Library.
Oh, enough said. Strike it off the record. This is Douglas Fairbanks again. Stopping the transshipment of vital war materials behind the Iron Curtain closes another chapter in the distinguished chronicle of our silent men, the special agents of all branches of our federal government, who daily risk their lives to protect the lives of all of us. Next week, we will tell you the story involving international cooperation in the Near East, in the file case entitled Trouble at Suez, another venture undertaken for our protection by the Silent Men.
The Silent Men was produced and directed by Warren Lewis. The file case, Murder in Vienna, was written by Lewis and Russoff and transcribed in Hollywood. Only the names and places were fictional. Featured in our cast were Larry Dobkin, Joan Banks, Lou Merrill, Jeff Corey, Elaine Welch, and Nestor Paiva. Your announcer is Don Stanley. Douglas Fairbanks is currently presenting Betty Davis, Gary Merrill, and Emlyn Williams in the motion picture Another Man's Poison. Listen again next week and every week to other exciting cases involving the law enforcement adventures of the special agents of our federal government. For they are the Silent Men.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Runaway Queen.
Usually an insane asylum comes equipped with barred windows and men in white jackets. But there's one in New York that runs wide open. It's a simple building in the heart of the theatrical district on 46th near Broadway. And from the outside, it looks like any other office building. It houses talent agents, music publishers, show producers, and theater hopefuls who rent rehearsal rooms by the hour. And once you get inside the place, you'll be inclined to say, as Mark Donovan did,
Holy cow, what a madhouse.
just the place for a nice, restful vacation.
I wish that dame would take a vacation. I bet he had to take gas. If I had a voice like that, I would very gladly close the door for the sake of humanity.
She is rather uninhibited.
Oh, brother, get a load of this coming down the hall. What's that thing on his shoulder?
Looks like a trained pigeon. Probably part of her act.
Hey, that's an act could lay an egg any time.
For that, you could get a split week as a comedian on the Bowery circuit.
Oh, I forgot to ask you. What are we doing here?
I'm not sure. A man named Barney Lang dropped me a note asking me to come and see him. He's a talent agent.
Maybe he's got a part for you in Little Women. For that, I could get a whole week in the Bowery circuit.
For that one, you could also incur a sudden nosebleed. There's Lang's place, room 418.
So let's waltz in. Hey, sign on the door. Says closed for the day.
Yes, he mentioned that in his letter. Send me a key to the place.
Key? Too bad he ain't manager of a bank.
You, Frank Race?
Yes?
I'm Lang. Come in quick and shut that door. That racket is splitting my head open.
It'll take more than a door to drown out that kind of Oh, what do you know?
I had the place soundproof. There's usually enough of a racket in here without having that, too.
Barney Lang. A magic name along Broadway. Discoverer of more stars than you can see from Central Park on an average night. He didn't look the part, though. The cigar was clenched between his teeth. He needed a shave, and the suit he wore might have belonged to an unemployed mortician. He also looked as though he might have been drinking his own embalming fluid.
Guess you're wondering about that key routine.
I'm wondering about a lot of things.
Had to close up to keep the talent out of here and give us a chance to talk. I didn't want to call in one of them $25 a day private eyes race. This thing I want you to do is kind of touch it.
I can start off by telling you that I'm expensive.
One of my clients is giving me a headache. I want to find out what goes with it. Her name is Laurie Marlowe.
Laurie Marlowe? Ain't she the dame that sings on the radio? The gal with the come and get me Papa pipe?
That's right. She gets $5,000 a week for that program. Look, Race, I picked this kid up 3 years ago when she was nothing. She was a stripper in a burlesque house, and she sang a song once in a while. I heard something in that voice the other guys missed. I took her out of the joint, had her trained, got her a good deal. I don't want to see her blow up a career.
What makes you think she will?
I'm coming to that. I got her a picture deal last year. A fat deal. She bounced up to Cloud 8 when I told her. And then, all of a sudden, she freezes. No dice.
Temperament?
I thought so for a while. Then I found something out. It's going to sound crazy.
What is it?
Laurie has a funny habit, Race. She disappears in between radio shows. Doesn't show up all week. You can believe this or not, but she spends her time between shows working in burlesque.
What? $5,000 a week in radio?
Wait a minute, Mark.
There's got to be a reason for that, Race. And it can't be good. All that dough in radio, when she turns down Hollywood, then she takes $75 a week to strip and some dive.
Have you ever asked her why?
Once I asked her where she was spending her time. She clammed up. I'm telling you, Race, she was scared. Told me she'd get another agent if I didn't leave her alone.
I'll take the case, Lang. Where is she now?
She's dancing in the Burley Q Review race in Boston.
Boston and burlesque. They go together like ice cream and mustard, but they do go together. An improper line in a bestseller or a legitimate stage show can lower the band like Clancy lowers the boom. But the bump and grind artists are not banned in Boston.
Well, here it is. The Boyley Q Review Theater. Look at them pictures in the lobby. What beasts.
Not all of them. Look at that poster.
Egyptia, Queen of the Runway. Now, that is a dish.
That is also Laurie Marlowe. No wonder Lang is curious.
I wonder if her face is as good as the rest of her. You can't tell with that veil.
We may find out later. Stage doors open for rehearsal. Let's go in through the alley.
Hey, wait a minute. You just can't walk into these joints. Don't they have doormen or something?
We have all sorts of insurance company credentials, Mark, and theaters carry all sorts of insurance. We'll get by. The cubbyhole where the doorman is usually found was empty. We went through and stood in the wings. Egyptia was on stage, and the dance she was doing was enough to make you forget the inadequacies of the pianist and the despairing tone of the dance director as he tried to whip the lumbering chorus into a semblance of unity.
1, 2, 3. Keep in the step. Keep in the step. Wait a minute. Cut it, Sam. Cut it. Jackie, which is your left foot? You only got a tool. Take a choice.
What do you want for $40 a week? Ginger Rogers? I'm tired.
You're tired.
Oh, break it up, Rudy. We're all tired. You don't need me to finish, do you?
Oh, no, you're all right, Egypt. Go get dressed.
She walked into the wings and came toward us. The piano had stopped, but she carried her own music with her as she moved.
And it wasn't burlesque music. This girl was definitely on the symphony side.
Oh, I'm sorry I bumped into you. I wasn't looking.
That's all right, Miss Marlowe.
What did you call me?
You are Laurie Marlowe, aren't you?
No. No, I'm not. That's not my name. Let me pass, please.
You heard her, pal. Let her pass.
He stepped out of the shadows near a backdrop. His eyes were an indefinite blue-white like skimmed milk, and the cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth was unlighted. His lips were almost white, too. He looked like he'd finished drinking his own blood using the cigarette for a straw.
Get dressed, Egypt. I'll cool these stage door Johnnies and wait for you.
All right, Rebel.
You came in through the wrong door. The box office is around, huh?
My name is Race. I'm just checking a few
I
items.
know who you are. I know who you're working for. I got reasons why you should quit.
Meaning the gun you're holding in your pocket?
The gun says you should go and tell Barney Lane to mind his own business.
And if I don't?
A gun can get awful nasty.
This isn't the time or the place for trouble, Rebel, so I'll let that pass. But when the time and the place are right, I'm going to take that toy away from you and make you eat it.
I'm glad you said that, Grace. I'll tell the boss. Then maybe he'll issue me a special hunting license. Just for you.
Rebel had told me two things. One was that he had a boss. The second was that Laurie Marlowe was not in control of her own destiny. Mark and I found a cafe around the corner from the theater. Most of the cast wandered in there after the rehearsal broke. We took seats at the counter next to the girl called Jackie.
I just want a cup of coffee when you get a chance, Joe.
Hello.
Hello.
Had a little trouble at rehearsal, didn't you?
Yeah, I always have trouble. Were you there?
In the wings. I thought you were doing fine.
Ah, that Rudy. He's all right until Egypt is around. Then he puts on a big act. You'd think he was doing a Hollywood musical.
Who's Rudy?
Rudy Cassano, the dance director. You saw him. He's over in the corner booth there with Millie, one of the girls.
Oh, yes. I take it Rudy has a crush on Egypt.
He better not if he's smart. She's aiming for a bigger moose than him. Hey, that's my date outside. Never mind the coffee, Joe. Well, so long.
So long, Jackie.
Yeah. Anything making sense yet, Race?
No. I'd like to find out who the big moose is, though. The one Laurie Marlowe or Egypt is setting her cap for. You go rent a car, Mark. Keep your eye on Laurie. Tail her wherever she goes, but don't let rebels sneak up on you.
Don't worry, I'll play it safe. What are you going to do?
I'm going to make friends and influence people in that corner booth. Go ahead.
Yeah. See you later.
Are you Rudy Cassano?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I'm a Cassano. Hey, didn't I see you backstage a while ago?
Yes, I was watching you work.
Are you in the business?
In a way. I'm scouting for Barney Lang. He's got a chance to sell some talent for a big Broadway musical if he can find the right people.
Oh, won't you sit down, Mr.
Race. Frank Race.
This is Millie Davis. She's in the chorus.
Hello.
I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Race.
Of course, you don't know it, Cassano, but we've had an eye on you. You and that girl Egyptia.
Yeah, gee, that's swell. Hey, you know, I do better work than this. I just took the show temporarily, waiting for a break. You know?
I understand. How about the girl?
Oh, she wouldn't leave here. There ain't as much dough in all Broadway as she could get just by marrying a guy that's after. Say, I'm a pretty good dancer, Mr. Ray.
Egyptia's boyfriend sounds like big money.
More than money, Mr. Ray. Real big shot family. He's, Henry Brewster Burton III.
Henry Brewster Burton III was eligible bachelor in Boston, cream of the social register, and a powerful man in Washington. Laurie Marlowe was really moving into the big leagues, and doing it the hard way via burlesque runway. It didn't add up.
You'd be wasting your time with Egypt, Mr. Race. Besides, I'm a better dancer than she'll ever be. All I need is just
I know,
one...
Millie. A break. That's what we all need. Just one break. I'll see both of you later. Lori Marlowe, masquerading as Egyptia, do her show at the Burlicue Review that night. She took off everything the law would allow, except the veil that covered the lower half of her face. Mark tailed her from the theater, and I went back to the hotel to wait for his report. I was dozing off in a chair when...
Hey, it's me, Lori Marlowe.
I opened the door, and she came in. Without the veil, her face looked like it had been done by Michelangelo on one of his better days. There was something about her lips that made you think of all the kisses you had ever enjoyed, and then made you forget them in the hope of the one you might get.
Surprised to see me?
A little. You weren't very happy with me this afternoon.
I was angry with Barney Lang for sending me. You see, Ray, I started out in burlesque. For some reason, I love it. That's all.
So you mix it in with a $5,000-a-week radio career.
You know, sometimes a foreign kid makes good in a big town. Gets his own swimming pool. But when he gets a chance, he takes off his shoes and goes wading in a brook.
Sometimes.
That's the way it is with me.
You're lying, baby.
Why should I lie to you, Ray?
Her hands took the lapels of my jacket, and she drifted into my arms. I kissed her, and it started bells ringing. One of the bells I didn't like. It was the phone.
Don't answer it, Ray.
I'd better, or whoever is ringing might come up. Hello?
Hey, Rice, it's me. Got ambushes?
Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I thought so. Rebel drove her over. I lost him down here in the lobby, so keep your eyes open, huh? He's on the loose in the building.
I get it.
No, you don't. Look, the party's getting rough, kid. Just heard a news flash on the car radio. We got a sniff on our hands.
Who is it?
Barney Lang. We shot and killed in his office earlier this morning. He just found the body.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I managed to get Lori Marlowe out of the hotel room. Took the back stairs to avoid meeting Rebel and his gun at that point. Mark and I took a night drive to New York. We got there in the early morning, and my key led us into Barney Lang's office.
Race, you know something? It would not be good if the cops found us prowling around here. I look lousy in stripes.
I know, Marcus. But whatever Barney Lang was killed for, it was something he found out after we left him.
Yeah, but he ain't going to be telling us now.
I want to check his files on Lori Marlowe. They should be in this cabinet.
Yeah. What's the matter, a lot?
Yes. There's a fire axe just outside the door. Get it.
Okay.
It's the second drawer. File letters H to N.
Uh-huh.
Hit it with the butt end as near to the lock as you can.
Please, Chum. You are talking to a kid which almost played ball with a Yankee. See what I mean?
That did it. The lock is sprung. Here now. This is the folder, Lori Marlowe.
Uh-huh.
See what you can find around here while I go through this.
Okay.
There were some odd conditions in Lori Marlowe's contract with Barney Lang. No personal appearances, no club dates, no publicity pictures released without her approval, no studio audiences permitted at her broadcasts, no television shows. And Mark added to it.
Hey, come here. There's a bunch of clippings and pictures of the Marlowe there. Oh, how you could prove it was her, I don't know.
Why?
Well, you never get a good flash of the face. Look. One of them hats with a veil, see? And this one here, all black, taken from the side.
That's a silhouette. Are they all like that?
Yeah. Well, except this old one here. Taken down in Mexico from the looks of the buildings and those big hats she and a guy with her are wearing. And so, she's covered with shadows, so is he.
For some reason, Mark, this girl can't show her face in public. But the picture does show one thing on her hand. A wedding ring.
Yeah. Right. What's behind it?
I don't know. Put everything back. I'll go through Lang's desk.
All right. Look, is there anything here that you want me to...
Can I come in? Oh, it's you, Mr. Race.
Yes, Millie, it's me. You're a long way from Boston, aren't you?
Well, when you told me about Mr. Lang looking for people, why, I just thought I'd take a plane down and see him myself. Where is he?
You ought to keep posted on the news, Millie. He's in the county morgue. Florrie Marlowe was hiding from something. But what? All roads were dead-ended except the one we hadn't tried. Mr. Henry Brewster Burton III. We returned to Boston to pay a call at the exclusive Back Bay mansion of the Brewsters, a ménage that you'd hardly expect to produce a pursuer of a burlesque queen. Henry III received me in the library.
I understand you're an investigator, Mr. Race.
Yes. I want some information about a girl you've been seeing.
What girl? And what sort of information?
Egyptia, at the Burlicue Review.
Sorry. I will not answer any questions concerning Egypt.
Look, Burton, this is important. A man has been murdered.
Are you implying that Egypt is involved in it?
Very definitely.
What kind of a game are you trying to work?
No game. I'm looking for information. You have it. I want it.
I'm going to ask you very politely to get out of here. Unless you prefer to have me throw you out.
I wouldn't try that if I were you.
I was intercollegiate boxing champion for 3 years, Mr. Race. Now get out.
You are pretty good.
Not bad stuff.
Let me go, Ray. No. Now hold on to this arm until you decide to cooperate. And next time you see your college boxing coach, have him explain why you should never be drawn into a right-hand lead.
All right.
You win the fight.
That doesn't get you the information you want.
Stop being gallant and start being practical about your lady love, Burton. I've got an idea she's been playing you for a sucker.
Believe in being brutally frank, don't you?
I'll let you decide for yourself. The girl's been working you for something, hasn't she? Some kind of favor to be done through your influence?
Yes.
What kind of a favor? Maybe the key to a murder, Burton. You may help her later if she's involved, but you can't cover for her.
The favor was both political and personal. There's a man in the federal penitentiary, her brother. His name is James Marlowe. She asked me to use my influence to have him moved from a West Coast prison to one in the East.
James Marlowe.
That's right.
James Marlowe. The name started wheels turning. Convicted of post office robbery and sentenced to 20 years. Still had 15 to go.
Does that help any, Race?
It helps a lot. And I think she was lying to you. I think James Marlowe will turn out to be her husband, not her brother.
Her husband?
Yes. I have an idea that she was married in Mexico. That's why American police couldn't find any record of a marriage when Marlowe was tried.
But he's been in jail for 5 years, Ray.
Yes, Burton. But the eyewitness, the postal clerk whose testimony convicted him, swore that a girl was with Marlowe when the robbery was staged. They went to Mexico and got married as a mutual cover-up, so neither could be forced to testify against the other if they were caught.
I've been taken in, haven't I, Ray?
It happens to the best of us. But for your sake, I hope you didn't try to arrange that favor.
That's the trouble. I did. Marlowe is on a train right now, being moved east.
Then you'd better call your contact in Washington, have a heavy guard rush to the train as soon as possible. This is the payoff of a long-range plan. Marlowe will make a pitch for freedom. They'll try to get him off that train. It was still no solution to the murder of Barney Lang. He had found out some things. That was certain, but how? I kept thinking about it as I left Burton's house to join Mark in the car, thinking so hard that I missed Mark's signal. Somebody jammed a gun into my ribs.
All right, Nosy. Climb into the car.
Sorry, Race. I tried to catch your eye.
All right, start the car and let's move.
You're a busy little fellow, aren't you, Rebel?
I asked the boss for that license like I said, Race. They got it. You ain't gonna like this ride.
Too bad you had to come along. I just found out why you haven't had more company.
What do you mean?
You look like part of a gang, Rebel. You're the type. Now, the rest of the boys are meeting the boss, aren't they? James Marlowe. They've got to get him off the train.
Now I know you gotta be cool. You should have stayed in New York after you went through Lang's office this morning.
I kept talking to keep Rebel's mind on me and away from Mark. I didn't know what kind of a play Mark would make, but he was at the wheel, and I had to count on him to come up with something. He did. It was a 10-ton truck parked in front of a highway diner.
Hey, Rebel, ever hit a 10-ton truck at 90 miles an hour?
No, smart guy.
Well, you're gonna, smart guy.
Rebel had a natural reaction. He forgot us, leaned on the door handle, and jumped.
Look out!
You missed that truck by an inch, Mark.
Yeah. But Rebel didn't. He hit it on the fly when he jumped. Won't be enough left to blot up.
We better get back to the Burlake Review, Mark. I've got a hunch Egyptia's giving her farewell performance this evening. Here's Laurie's dressing room, Mark. Wait.
Yeah, sure.
Come in. Hello, Ray.
I've been expecting you.
Tired of running, Laurie?
Yes. Tired.
Your husband isn't going to get off that train, baby. The gang will be picked up, too.
I know. Burton called me.
It made me feel like it.
Oh, it was rotten. I did it because I had to.
Your husband wasn't going to let you enjoy the comforts of life while he wasted away in jail, was he?
Yes.
He let me take the radio job because he thought it might be able to buy his way out with the money.
Out of a federal pen? He was dreaming.
I know. He had Rebel and the other boys watching me. Gave them orders to keep me working in burlesque, to make things rough for me. So I'd never forget what a bad time he was having.
The only way you could get off was to get him out. Is that right?
He figured it. If I quit or try to run, he said he'd have me brought in for the post office job. He couldn't testify, but the clerk saw me, too.
I better call the police, baby.
You don't have to, Ray. I called them myself. I just wait. Leave me alone, will you, please, Ray?
Sure.
Well, what's the matter, Ray?
I just saw the farewell performance. I didn't enjoy it.
Huh? Oh, here comes Millie.
Hello, Millie. I was hoping you'd be around.
Why?
I wanted to tell you that your boyfriend, Rebel, met with a fatal accident tonight.
My boyfriend? You're out of your mind.
Oh, no, I'm not. He knew I'd been to Barney Lang's office. That's a bit of information only you could have given him.
So sue me, Ray.
Who killed Barney Lang, baby?
Well, since Rebel's gone, I might as well tell you. He did.
Can you prove it?
I think so. I went down to New York with Rebel. He wanted to see Lang. I waited outside the office. I heard them arguing. Then I heard the shot.
You're confused, baby. You tried to sell Lang information. You told him about Laurie's husband and the setup, but he wouldn't stand for a shakedown. So you shot him.
I told you my version. I'll stick to it.
Your story has a hole in it. You couldn't have heard an argument from outside Lang's office because the office is soundproof.
You...
Oh, thanks for the gun, Millie. Now we'll take you down to the local jail. They'll let you strip there, and they'll even let you take a shower. Then they'll give you something simple to wear. From now on.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Evelyn Scott, Jackie Shields, Tom McKee, and Ken Harvey. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Presenting Orson Welles as The Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
That was the shot that killed Harry Lime. He died in a sewer beneath Vienna. As those of you know who saw the movie The Third Man. Yes, that was the end of Harry Lime. But it was not the beginning. No. He had many lives. I can tell you about all of them. How? Because my name is Harry Lime. Did I ever tell you about the time when I outwitted 3 very suspicious Wall Street investors at a net profit to yours truly of 55,000 American dollars? No? Well, I will sometime. Anyway, because of that little caper, I decided that an ocean trip would be good for my nerves and for the nerves of some half-dozen New York detectives. And that's how I happened to go on a holiday. A rogue's holiday, if you will.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in Rogue's Holiday.
Very pleasant. The day I saw out of New York aboard the Queen Anne, bound for Southampton. I was on the passenger list as J. Harrington Lime. I ate, of course, at the captain's table, remembering how I'd put the investments of those 3 Wall Street brokers in my own personal piggy bank. Whenever I was asked,
And what business are you in, Mr. Lime?
I would smile to myself and answer, I'm an investment broker, Lady Barbara. It is the Lady Barbara Folliot, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
I thought we'd met. Aren't you also sitting at the captain's table?
Yes, that's right.
And I seem to remember that there's an empty chair at the table next to yours. You're not traveling alone.
It's of no importance. You are on a holiday, Mr. Lime?
A holiday? After a manner of speaking, yes.
I don't understand.
I'm so interested in my work, Lady Barbara, that I'm seldom able to keep from mixing pleasure and business.
Oh, you seem so young to be engaged in so complex a business. Investment banker. I always thought all bankers were portly men in their 50s.
Well, every banker must be able to inspire confidence in his clients, Lady Barbara. The incompetent banker relies on his appearance and his maturity.
And you?
I rely on my record of success, ma'am. No hurry. No hurry at all. Not while I was on my holiday. Pleasant boat, Queen Anne, scheduled to take 6 days to Southampton she was. I had plenty of time. But the question of Lady Barbara Folliot's bank account and the question of the empty chair next to it, the captain's table, preyed a bit on my mind, so I looked at the passenger list. There she was, all right. Lady Barbara Folliot, stateroom A deck, stateroom for two, right enough. All it said was, and companion. And companion. What did that mean? Not a husband, surely. Looked up the steward for a stateroom. Yes, steward, you're in charge of the staterooms along this corridor, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, number 6. I believe that's Lady Barbara Folliot's stateroom, isn't it?
I believe so.
Now, I was wondering, just idle curiosity, you know, on the passenger list, she's down as traveling with a companion. But it doesn't say who the companion might be.
It don't, sir?
Steward.
Yes, sir.
Here, take this for your trouble.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
then, would you tell me who her companion is?
No, sir. Not me, sir. Will that be all?
Yeah, just a minute now.
Yes,
After
sir.
all, old man, I slipped you a $10 bill just for a bit of information.
The lady in question, sir, slipped me a double sawbuck not to give out that information, sir.
A double sawbuck?
$20, sir.
Ah, yes. Well, then I'll just take this for your trouble.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
then, about Lady Barbara's companion.
You were planning a little hanky-panky, no doubt, sir.
Hanky-panky?
Worried, were you, sir, lest the companion might be the husband of the lady in question?
Yes, something like that, yes.
Looking for a little shipboard romance, no doubt, sir.
That's it. Now, who's the companion?
You've got clear sailing, sir. The companion's not her husband. Matter of fact, sir.
Yes?
Take my advice and wait till the companion's got her sea legs, sir. A lot cuter, the companion, than Lady Barbara, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you, Stuart.
Not at all, sir.
So, in the next day or so, I found opportunities for squiring Lady Barbara around the boat, cocktails in the evening, a drink or two after dinner, even a game or two of deck tennis in the afternoon. Something she'd said made me prick up my ears and redouble my attentions to her as a prospective, shall I say, client. We were having brandy in the lounge after dinner.
The other day, Mr. Lyme.
Yes?
You were saying that what you relied on to inspire your clients with confidence.
Was my continuing success, yes, that's right.
I must say, you inspire me with confidence.
Well, that's half the battle for an investment banker like me. Have you some problem with your own investments?
To be frank, yes, I have, Mr. Lyme. We must talk of it further tomorrow.
Why not now?
Thank you. I should like to, but the truth is, I must spend...
Your companion. The reason for the empty chair next to you at the table.
Yes,
She hasn't her sea legs yet,
How did you know it was she, not he? Well, it's no matter. You'll probably be meeting her tomorrow. If she takes a liking to you, Mr. Lyme, as I have, then perhaps we can do some business. That is, if you want to.
Well, any way I can be of service, Lady Barbara. Next morning, I ran into their steward, and he told me that both ladies were out promenading. With some caution, I went looking for them. True, I was on holiday, but still, if I could turn my hand to a piece of business. Besides, I was curious about this mysterious companion whose name was not even carried on the passenger list. Turning a corner on the promenade deck, I nearly bumped into them. Quickly, I ducked back behind a bulkhead as they passed.
Pourrais-je faire? C'était drôle, hein? Tu es rigolo, ma princesse.
Ma princesse. So, her companion was a princess. For the rest, I'd seen that she wore a veil close over her hair and face, but no veil could conceal that beauty. And I'd seen something else that interested me, too. A string of pearls, matched pearls. I maneuvered into position for the next round on the promenade. Lady Barbara.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lyme. Anne, this is the nice man I've told you about who's been so kind to me. Mr. Lyme, this is Miss Jones.
How do you do, Mr. Lyme? I am pleased to meet you.
Miss Jones? Such an ordinary name for such an extraordinary young lady.
He makes nice speeches, Barbara, just as you said he did.
Perhaps you'll permit me to join you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We were just going in, Mr. Lyme, weren't we, Barbara?
Well, then at least, Miss Jones, maybe you will join me and Lady Barbara this evening before dinner.
Mr. Lyme insists on the practice of buying me a cocktail before dinner, Anne.
Why, I should like that. Only, as to cocktails, the ship's doctor told me that perhaps until I am stronger, I should drink champagne.
Perfect. I'll make sure there's a bottle nice for you, Miss Jones. Miss Jones, eh? I was sure that while that name Jones was a phony, the pearls weren't. This was promising to become one of the more profitable holidays I'd spent. That evening, I was in the lounge early, a bucket of iced champagne by my side.
Mr. Lyme, as you promised, my wine.
It's vintage, Miss Jones. I think it should be adequate. No, Lady Barbara?
Oh, she was a little indisposed. She sent her regrets.
Please sit down. Steward, I confess, Miss Jones, I'm not too sorry Lady Barbara's not joining us tonight.
So?
I was looking forward so to meeting you. You'd become a lady of mystery, and having met you this morning on the promenade deck, I spent the day looking forward to chatting with you this
Oh,
evening.
more pretty speeches.
All right, sir?
Yes, fine. Fine, thank you. If the wine meets with Miss Jones' approval.
Miss Jones knows little of wines, Mr. Lyon. She is content to leave such matters to you. You have won Lady Barbara's confidence, and that means that you have won mine, too.
Then a toast to your improved health, Miss Jones.
Now, why do you always pause, as if you do not remember my name?
Oh, my apologies. Very rude of me. I'm awfully sorry.
I accept your... Oh!
What is it?
Oh, my string of necklace, it broke. Oh, my pearls.
Oh, here, look out. Just hold still. You know how many of them there were? Now, don't move.
Yes, there were 64.
Just so we can make sure none of them have rolled under... here. Yeah, here's another.
Such a stupid thing. No, I really must have...
Please, here. Here's another. Steward.
No, it is all right. I think that's all of them. Let me see. Quickly, that's 5, 10, 15.
Yes, sir. Just hang on a second, will you? The lady's string of pearls broke. It may be that 1 or 2 are still missing
Just
somewhere.
I have
don't
never
know.
done such a bêtise, such a foolish thing. 55 and 5 is 60, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that is a whole lot of them. Thank you, Stuart.
Lucky thing, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Lime, do me a great favor.
Anything at all. I say you're sure they're all here.
Oh, yes, sure. Take them, will you? You have an envelope, perhaps, or a safe pocket? Take them for me to the little jewelry shop. You know, the one right on the step.
Oh, sure. I know the shop, but...
Maybe it's still open. You can have the man restring them properly on a
Sure.
strong new string. Or would you do that?
Well, I'm not sure I like the idea, really, of wandering around the ship with a handful of loose pearls. These look like the real thing.
Oh, no, they will be perfectly safe. Now, won't you, for me, such a little favor, if the shop should still be open, please?
Leave you?
Oh, I shall sit here quite quietly, just thinking how lucky I am that you were with me when the string broke, till you return. All right?
All right. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. And now, Orson Welles, as the third man, continues with Rogue's Holiday.
So there I was, by myself, free as the wind, with 64 pearls in my pocket. Even one of them, one of the bigger ones, be worth, well, 5,000 pounds, something like that. Nice sum. My stateroom, I had some loose pearls, paste. I could have made the switch easily enough, had plenty of time. And a stupid thief might have done just that. But not Harry Lime. Oh, no. I'd play it smart. I'd wait till later. Went straight to the ship's jeweler.
String broker?
If you could do a quick but good repair job, old man, I'd be most grateful.
Oh, it's easy enough. Just take a moment. Just roll them out here. Good ones, aren't they?
Oh, they look it, don't they?
Yes. To an expert's eye, they're very handsome indeed.
How much would you estimate that string to be worth, old man?
If you were to just walk into this shop and ask to buy them, you mean?
Yeah.
Or if you wanted me to find you another 64 like them?
No, just walk in and buy them. 50,000 pounds?
Oh, I'd say this string closer to 150,000, sir.
Well, I was a pretty rich man there for a few minutes.
There you are, sir.
Yes.
That string shouldn't break very quickly.
Thank you very much. What do I owe you?
Oh, forget it, sir. It's a privilege to be handling those pearls, even if only for a moment.
It would have been foolish for me to temper with his fortune while we were still aboard ship. 2 days we'd be in Southampton, at which there'd be still plenty of time. The important thing was to get this lovely girl's confidence, which I most certainly did. And the second thing was to pry under her incognito. Who was she? Which princess of the blood was anxious to conceal her identity under the plebeian name of Jones, and why? Not until the last night, when the ship was gliding into the soft darkness past Plymouth, when the two of us stood under a sickle moon on the boat deck, did I find out. If she looked lovely in that moonlight, her pearls looked even lovelier.
Oh, what a wonderfully soft, warm night.
I hadn't noticed.
You had not? Oh, the band has begun playing again.
It has?
Can't you hear it? What's the matter with you?
I need all my 5 senses for something more important than looking at nights or listening to dance
Oh,
bands.
no, Mr. Lime.
Harry,
Oh, now, Harry, you must know.
if the night is warm, it's because it must be to afford you a warm mantle. If the band is playing, it's only to provide a setting for your voice. Miss Jones.
My name
Yes?
is Anne.
Don't move.
Please.
What price the warmth of the night or the music of the band?
Oh, you kiss very expertly, Mr.
Harry,
Or should I say you seem very practiced.
if a cat may look at a king,
Yes?
then perhaps it's all right if I kiss a princess.
You like me.
I knew you were a princess, not your name, if that matters.
You are uncanny, Mr. Lime.
Harry,
Anne, since you have gotten this far and since you have shown yourself trustworthy, I can see no reason for not telling you anymore. I am Anne de Bourbon, Princess of Helvigstein.
at your service, ma'am.
You have heard of our principality? It is in eastern Germany, beyond the Iron Curtain. I should say it was. It is no more. It's all gone except...
Except what?
I'm not sure. I will not know until I meet my husband in London. If I meet my husband.
If? Well, there's some doubt.
I have said too much already, Mr. Lime. It is too bad. It has been a pleasant evening. I was almost able to forget for a moment. Good night.
She was gone, just like that. At least I knew now who she was. Whether I'd be able to find her again in London, whether I'd frightened her away, and with her my chance at that string of pearls by letting her know that I knew she was a princess, all these things I was a little nervous about. Till next day, just as I was getting ready to disembark in Southampton, Lady Barbara came up to me rather quickly.
Mr. Lime, here, a note.
A note from...
read it, please.
After last night, I've been worried for fear I might just possibly have said something which, might have offended your friend, Miss Jones.
Offended her? Oh, read the note.
The notepaper bore a crest, a coronet. It was one sheet of heavy paper folded once. There was no salutation. The note said, "As you said, a cat may look at a king. It might be interesting and fun to experiment once more with your other statement, the one about a princess." There was no signature, but none was necessary.
Do you feel better?
Yes, but...
She asked me to tell you that we will be stopping at the Carlton. We'll hope to see you then.
So she had arranged that we should meet again after all. But when we met again, away from the dangerous confines of an ocean liner, I proposed to relieve her lovely neck of those lovely pearls. Oh, sure, I was on a holiday and sentiment was involved, but these were factors that had to be disregarded. My scheme was foolproof. As it turned out, the scheme wasn't needed the first time I saw her in the sitting room of her Carlton suite.
Mr. Lime.
Oh.
All right, Harry. Harry, you have already done me one favor. I hate to ask you,
I've told you I'm at your service, Miss Jones.
No, call me Anne, please.
If you want me, Highness, I shall be at...
No, don't leave, Barbara. Stay with us. You know the favor I have to ask of Harry anyway.
I started to say anything short of murder, Anne.
No, it's nothing like that. First, listen. On shipboard, you remember, I told you I was to meet my husband.
If, you said.
Yes, if. This is the if. Years ago, Harry, when the Red Army was driving through East Germany, we had to flee. My husband hid what was valuable that we had. Jewels and gold plate, a pitiful collection, really, but all we had. He hid it himself. He alone knew where it was. He trusted in those days no one. Then, a few weeks ago, we planned to get it back. It would cost us a lot, we knew. Bribes, the purchase of a plane, fee for the pilot, more bribes and always more bribes. Klaus had to fly into Helvigstein, don't you see, himself. A mad and dangerous idea.
I think so.
But he refused to tell anyone else where his cachet was. He could not trust anyone. I went to America to raise some funds that was needed. Lady Barbara has been good enough to lend us more. But just today, I have learned that even more is needed.
More money?
Mr. Lime, Say no quickly if you cannot do me this favor. But I have exhausted all my other resources. If you knew how much it costs to bribe these officials over here.
Oh, I'll bet. How much do you need?
Oh, you will do it? It's just a loan, mind you.
It's a pleasure.
Lady Barbara's investment will bring her all we need at the first of the next quarter, and then I can repay you
Please, how much do you need?
10,000 American dollars. It is too much?
I don't think so. No, certainly not.
And see, for security,
Oh,
security, on your loan, here, you will take this, my pearls. You have already once guarded them well.
Oh, please, I wouldn't dream of...
Yes, I insist. Otherwise, I will not even ask you for the loan of the 10,000 American dollars.
Oh, well, if you insist.
Here, take them. Now, how can we arrange to get the money?
Well, I have more than that here in the hotel safe in American dollars, too. Just let me ring the desk. A trip downstairs in the lift, elevator to you, back up again to my room and over to hers. I handed her 10 bills. She handed me the pearls. We smiled, shook hands on the deal, and I walked out of her room with a fortune in my pocket. Call for a celebration. Pal of mine runs a pub, saloon to you in London. I use it as a sort of message sender. I have letters sent me there. My pal knows all the gossip who's in town, who swindled whom, all the news I need in my business, so I went straight to him.
Harry, I haven't seen you for months.
Afternoon, Barney. Give me a whiskey and soda, double whiskey and soda. None of your bar whiskey. There's something good. One for yourself. I'm celebrating.
So am I, man. So am I. I'm celebrating your return.
Well, good.
How long you been in England?
Just a little while.
Too hot for you in the States, was it?
Look, can we have a drink somewhere in private?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Follow me. Got onto something good, have you?
I'll be leaving London pretty quick, Barney. I should go to Europe, France, I guess maybe Italy.
Well, you've only just got here.
I pulled a quick one. They may be looking for me in London sooner than I like to think.
Uh-huh. What for? Unless it's something you think I should know about.
Look, Barney.
Well, now, aren't they beauties? Real thing, aren't they?
I had them priced by a jeweler who said he'd ask £150,000 for them.
Oh, that should keep you in cigarettes for a week or two. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not half bad. Not, in fact, a quarter better. Let me have a look. Do you mind?
Look 'em over all you want, Barney. I'll fence 'em in Paris somewhere. This is your last look, old man.
Uh-huh. Where did you say you got 'em?
Off a German princess. She gave 'em to me as a security on a loan.
Mm-hmm. German princess, is it?
Yes, French-born, I think.
French-born, you think?
Yes.
Name of what?
Anne de Bourbon, Princess of Elvigstein. Yes, very good. What's so funny? What's so very funny?
Anne de Bourbon. Princess de Elvigstein.
All right, old man. All right, better let me in on the joke.
I thought these pearls looked funny, although you said they weren't gem.
You're crazy. Well, Barney, I had them priced myself.
Maybe you had some pearls priced, but not these, my boy. You've been had. The oldest trick in the world. Pulled on you, Harry Lime.
Now, you're lying. Now, don't try to pull your tricks on me, Barney. A joke's a joke, but...
Oh, I don't have to. It's been pulled already. Harry, me bucko, I know who Andy Bourbon is. I know who the Princess von Elwigstein is, too. She's a slick little article.
Oh, no.
But she ain't German. She's not French-born, and I don't think you'll ever find any Elwigstein on no map. She's Doris Jones.
Oh.
That's who she is. And she was born right here in Clapham. That's where she was born. And she took you and shook you for, how much?
I gave her 10,000 American dollars. I don't believe you.
I'll die. The oldest gang in the world and pulled on none other than Harry Lime himself. I'll die.
Room 316, please.
Harry, when this news gets around, boy.
That's right. I'm calling Miss Jones. No, never mind. Oh.
Well, do I win me bet? And did you lose your 10,000 American dollars?
Yes. All I've got are these pearls.
Oh, better than nothing, Gary. It's a good imitation. Must be worth £50.
£50? Well, I'm on my holiday. I come out ahead after all.
What? Well, what about your 10,000 American dollars?
Well, your slick little article from Clapham tries to pass that 10,000, Barney. They're counterfeit. That'll teach Miss Jones to try anything fast with Harry Lime.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
Well, it seems that Miss Jones found herself a legitimate prince, one of those exiles in Portugal, and settled down with him in Lisbon. I ran into her at Estoril a couple of seasons later. She was a real princess now. But it seems His Highness isn't as young as he was and probably never was, so the princess is very democratic. She asked me to their place for dinner, said she thought I'd be interested in some of the interior decorations. I was. She complimented me on my nice set of pearl studs, which she recognized, and showed me into the cloakroom, which was entirely wallpapered in American $10 bills, or a reasonable facsimile. I recognized them. No hard feelings, you understand. It's a pleasant little caper, and I always enjoy moving about amongst the upper classes. It's so educational. Well, goodbye for now. Don't take any lead nickels. And remember, if you can't manage to resist temptation, be sure you get it appraised.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find a man called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, a man called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are all...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagan, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
There's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello. Hello.
You sound dyspeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what happened there in Cairo?
A local lad was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why... Well, why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, Send me the Haberman file by the first plane.
The Haberman file? Good Lord, Kent, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets.
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. You martini with the onion.
Good. Now I'll bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
Now, you will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martinis. He had excellent taste in drinks.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident.
You knew it was not.
You're going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I shall have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She's left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hagar, where did you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yeah.
Oh.
I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. I've been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shots.
So you dove for the doorway of the Kismet like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Paid off. Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pager.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagon, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! the floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought, look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stay here, Pagon. I'll pick up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There will be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one in her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think that you lie, Zaida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
Funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? There's a full moon.
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company.
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What trouble, Zeta?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
Oh, you're drawing a blank here, Zeta. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try, if you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
You drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, I... All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And holding you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zaida. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Polzine wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, Pagon, and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
And I'll give 8 to 5 that Haberman's loot is mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. It worked.
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul in here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Peter. There's a light under that door.
Somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates shipping company?
I'll bite. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Maybe... Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
But what a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pagan.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Haberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagan stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. It's in Arabic, but a few words, pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagan, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous, that's what it was, outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up, all that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly things.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I am not going to ask you about the guns, or about the Polzine, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagan, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Polzine, Deborah, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
Quite undercover sort of thing. What, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel?
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveller's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, can't. No pen or pencil.
Huh?
I'll never carry 'em. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, did we get aboard too?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
Hello, Posey.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left.
Why the third one?
Because Posey's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Posey was talking to us.
She?
Saida.
Oh, Ken, it's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Saida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to commissioner of the port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagan. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Rosian's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who'd suspect such a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping him off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? They could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Posine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Harperman. Now that the Mohammed Bay has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley.
We will make them walk the gangplank later.
Pagan, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, the strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzin. Zyda, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Well, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it, it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zayda.
Yes. The man who killed my sister. The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Zayda, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Zayda, you fool. What have you done?
Hold it, Polzin.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagan.
Sure, Mr. X.
Swine.
Thanks, Zayda.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Polzin?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagan. But Haberman and Polzin do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. Based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Well, hello.
Who is...
How is my favorite shipboard acquaintance this evening?
Oh, Simon, you startled me. I could hardly see you through the fog here on deck.
Oh, yes, it is getting thicker, isn't it? But I suppose it's to be expected. Last night, nature went on a binge of moonshine, and this is her foggy morning after.
Only it's evening.
How can you tell through the fog? You know, you have a very pretty laugh, Barbara. I'll listen for it in all of your pictures from now on.
Thank you, Simon. But I'm not going to make any more pictures. I'm retiring.
Retire? At the peak of your career?
I'm just tired of pictures, that's all.
Barbara, you'll never be able to run away from it.
What do you mean?
I'm referring to whatever it is that frightens you. Why don't you tell me about it, Barbara?
There's nothing to tell. I'm tired. I need a rest. Please, Simon, don't make me talk about it. There's some things that... Simon, is that someone standing there?
No, I don't see anyone. Oh, you are nervous.
Oh, Simon, if only I could confide in someone, if I could tell you what
Perhaps I already know more than you think I do. You're cold.
Yes.
Where's your raft?
Over there someplace on one of those decks.
I'll find it. I don't see it here, Barbara. Are you sure you... Barbara! Behind you! Look out! Barbara! Barbara! Man overboard! Man overboard!
Maybe you'd like a swim too, Saint.
What? Oh!
Mr. Templar? Mr. Templar?
Hello. I suppose the usual question is, where am I?
Sometimes they awaken from your type of custom-made coma asking, who am I?
Evidently, I wasn't hit quite that hard. I even remember who you are, Dr. Norman. It is Dr. Norman, the celebrated psychiatrist, isn't it?
Yeah, that is very good, Templar, but I'm afraid I must still confine you here to the ship's infirmary for a while. Possible concussion.
See, tell me, what makes a famous neurologist like you pose as a mere ship's doctor?
I'm really not posing. Partridge, the ship's physician, is ill. I was within earshot when I heard the familiar call, is there a doctor in the house? And no, Simon, don't try to get up. I have a flask here. If a drink would make you happy.
Oh, not right now, thank you. I recall I have some unfinished business to attend to.
Barbara?
Yes. Was she?
They couldn't find her in the fog. She's gone.
Poor Barbara.
Yes, it was a horrible accident.
Horrible, yes. Accident, no.
You mean to say she didn't fall overboard?
She was murdered.
Murdered? But who?
I think I know who. Ooh, my head, it feels like the Aberdeen Proving Ground.
I will mix you a sedative. You know, you're not looking very well.
I always look like this when I'm angry. There's only one cure.
Yes, I know. The lady with the scales known as Madame Justice. You know, Templar, I've been curious about what makes a man like you tick.
Well, I'll tell you. Every 8 days or so, someone winds me up. Right now, I'm wound up tight. Tight with fury.
Well, as a psychiatrist, I would advise you to unwind a bit. Here we are. Now, drink this. It will put you to sleep after a while.
Thank you.
You say you think you know who killed Barbara, Simon.
I was wrong. I do know.
Well, I think you ought to talk to me. Unwind yourself.
You think I need psychiatry, Doctor?
Well, I think you're too taut at the moment. That plus your concussion, it might be dangerous.
Very well, Doctor. I'll unwind. I'll tell you the entire story.
If you don't mind, Simon, here, this will help the rhythm. It's a metronome. Psychiatrists often use it. But,
No, I don't mind. I'd never met Barbara Brooks, although I doubt if there's a human being alive who hasn't heard of her or seen her in the movies. I first saw her the day we boarded ship. There was something in her expression, in the way she walked and talked and smiled, that immediately told me here was someone I should know. Her entire demeanor was an attitude of invitation.
A romance.
Fear, Doctor. She was a frightened lady. She wanted someone near her. I walked over to her there on deck and immediately made myself useful. Her steward evidently had become busy elsewhere, so I tipped my hat and said somewhat idiotically, get your program here, lady. You can't tell the staterooms without the numbers.
I beg your pardon.
Your steward seems to have deserted you. I've sailed this scow before, so if it's the direction to your stateroom you're looking
Well,
for...
I would like to know.
I would, too. Number, please.
A36 main deck.
Thank you very, very much. It's this way. My name's Templar. Simon, for short. And, of course, you're Barbara Brooks. You know, we passed the bar en route to A36 main deck. Does an old-fashioned with a new acquaintance sound inviting?
It will a little later after he's here on the ship.
Ooh, there's several. Oh, I see.
He's gone now. In the corner.
I think I saw the man you meant. Certain off-center gentleman named Rader.
Later, I don't know that name.
No, surely you've heard of Phil Rader. He's just as big a star in his line of work as you are in yours.
What is his line of work?
Well, he's an exterminator of human beings.
Mr. Templar, I'm afraid.
That was obvious from the moment I first saw you. Why don't you tell me about it?
No, I can't. No, I'd be killed.
As good a reason as any for not telling me, but I must warn you I've a peculiar talent for finding things out for myself.
Oh, no, you mustn't do anything. Please. Please.
Hello, Rader.
Well, the Saint.
Mm-hmm.
World's getting smaller.
Yes, but I understand you're doing your share to see that it doesn't get overcrowded. Traveling for your health again, or just traveling?
Just traveling.
Rader, why does the mere glimpse of you rounding a corner start a lady's teeth to chattering?
Lady? I don't know any ladies.
Obviously.
Maybe she thought I was someone else.
Maybe. If you're of a mind to annoy her, you'll wish you were.
Look, Saint, just soaked up sunshine on this cruise. Don't go poking in any dark place. Might be bad for you.
Oh, what sort of bad, Rader?
Look, Big Shot, just so there's no misunderstanding. You butt in where you ain't welcome on this cruise, and...
Yes?
And I'll kill you.
How is your head, Simon?
And it feels as if a regimental crap game was going on inside of it with jet-propelled dice.
You haven't drunk your sedative yet. Here.
Oh, thank you. Shall I go on taking the load off of my concussion?
Yes, by all means. I think I was present at the next cruise.
Yes, Doctor, you were. It was the night of that ridiculous costume ball ship's captains are so fond of arranging.
Yes. I remember. We were at the bar together. You were a pirate, I recall.
Yes, and you were a clown. The ball was loaded with clowns, some of them not even aware of their clownishness. But it was gay and sprightly, and the music was good. I remember our conversation, Doctor. You suddenly appeared at my elbow and said in the most shivery, sinister manner...
You know, Templar, I have a confession to make to you.
Well, I'm always interested in confessions, Doctor.
I've had a schoolboy crush on the beautiful Barbara ever since I saw her in pictures first. Tell me, what does one do about it?
Well, I know exactly what I would do if I were you, Doctor.
Yes.
I'd consult the nearest psychiatrist.
At the prices we charge? No, thanks. I was hoping you'd cut a fellow in on your acquaintanceship, Templar. But if you won't introduce me, won't you at least show me which mask she's hiding under? I think I might be able to make my own introduction.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Look for a sylph-like figure in a blue and yellow harlequin costume.
Thank you, Templar, thank you. And if you should ever need a good psychiatrist...
At the prices you charge?
I will be seeing you.
Don't turn around, Mr. Templar. I have a pistol in the small of your back.
Well, now, really, is that any way to enjoy a waltz?
Listen, Saint, and listen hard.
Oh, I'm all ears, except for the small of my back, which feels abnormally large at the moment.
Certain arrangements have been made, Saint. It means a big head of lettuce if they go through.
So?
All the signs say keep out. See that you do. Now, don't turn around. This costume's so pretty, I'd hate to have to put a hole through my pocket.
Well, it's probably just a coincidence, but I've acquired the same regard for the small of my back.
Keep regarding it that way, Saint. Don't let your nose wander where it doesn't belong. And you might begin by forgetting you saw certain people aboard this boat.
See, just tell me how you're going to swing it, Mrs. Miller. Oh, don't be surprised. I'd recognize the notorious Lil Miller's voice on a party line. How are you going to take him, Lil? A palm base or perhaps a marked deck?
This rod has a hair trigger, Saint. Just a touch and you're...
Lil, what's the matter?
That girl there, the one in the hall.
Lil.
You're lucky, Saint. I'd have shot.
Give her air. Don't crowd. Crowd her all you want to. She won't mind now.
Is she?
Yes, the stiletto in the back leaves very little doubt. She's dead.
You know, Simon, I would never have pegged the late Mrs. Miller for a professional card sharp. She was anything but the type.
Professional card sharps are always anything but the type, Doctor.
Yeah. And to think I actually played bridge with her myself. With a crook and a hot-headed one at that.
Well, as my old grandmother used to say, Doctor, beware of lady thieves with red hair.
I guess the lady's red hair accounted for the lack of insulation in her temperament. Oh, how does your head feel, Simon?
Better, Doctor. Much better.
You still haven't touched your sedative, you know.
Oh, haven't I?
I think you'll find that it helps, Simon. Here.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, shortly after the murder of Mrs. Miller, Doctor, I called on her bereaved husband and partner in crime. A very interesting visit it was, too.
You have the knack for making all of your visits interesting, Simon. Tell me about it.
Well, I found Miller in the bar, quenching his sorrow with the merry waters of the River of Forgetful.
50 grand in the palm of our hands and beep. No more Lil. No more Lil, no more sucker. No more sucker, beep. No more 50 grand.
I see you valued your wife highly. Who was the sucker, Miller?
Ha ha. You're funny.
Tell me, what's Phil Rader cruising for, Miller? And don't tell me it's a coincidence he's on board the same ship.
You get funnier and funnier.
Why is Barbara Brooks so afraid of Rader?
You ain't even warm, Think. You're a mile wide of the target.
Well, I'd better use a different kind of ammunition then, Miller.
Yeah? Like what?
Like a little murder performed on an unwilling sucker in Reno.
Huh? What do you know about that?
You won't like going back to Reno, Miller. It gets hot in the summertime, especially in the penitentiary.
Raider was with Lil and me on this deal.
All right, Miller, put the zipper on.
Raider. I wasn't going to say anything, Phil. Honest, I was just...
Skip it, Miller. I always knew someday you'd show Canary Yellow. I thought you and I had a little understanding, Saint.
You've got a reputation for wrong thoughts, Raider.
Yeah, but right or wrong, I back my ideas up. To the hilt, Saint.
Keep that frog sticker under cover, Raider, or I might take it away from you. And the Dutch courage that rides with it, too.
I'll keep it hidden for now. You just be careful of the places where the lights don't shine, Saint. Come on, Miller. I want to talk with you.
Well, I'll be out in a little while, Phil. I want a drink.
You've drunk enough, Canary. Come on.
You'd better go, Miller. And if you can't talk your way out of it, my regards to the fishes.
And I recall it was shortly after Mr. Rader passed on his second warning that you and I met for the first time professionally.
Yes, Doctor, the very next night.
Well, I am very surprised at you. He'd warned you to stay away from dark places.
Yes, Doctor, so he had. But I'm perverse by nature, and I like to poke around. I was strolling around the deck with Barbara, getting moonburned and trying desperately to get some more information.
So wonderful having you near, Simon. I feel safe.
Safe? I refuse to accept the compliment, particularly on a moonlit night at sea.
I'm referring to danger, Simon, not romance.
They're often the very same thing. I'd like to join the team, Barbara. Why don't you confide in me?
Because if I did, we'd both be dead by morning. I must go now. Good night, Simon.
Good night.
Don't turn around, Templar. I've got a...
I know. A gun pointed at the small of my back.
That's it. Now keep away from Barbara Brooks. Am I clear?
Clear enough. Anything else?
Yeah. Just so it sinks in, Saint. Take this along to remember me by.
Once again, you enter the picture, Dr. Norman. You found me there, lying on the deck, basking in moonlight.
And blood. Go on, Simon. Tell me the rest of it.
Well, after your neat job of vulcanizing me, thus saving me a trip to the ship's doctor and innumerable words of explanation, I hit upon a strategy, and my next visit found me calling in the lion's den. I tell you, you're being made a patsy, Raider. You're on the verge of being demoted back to second-class hoodlum.
I can take care of myself.
Well, I admit a minor sandbagging committed in your good name doesn't amount to much, Raider. But what if the same someone likes your name and decides to use it in other way?
What do you mean?
I mean murder. You're a lead pipe cinch to pay for one of your own someday, Raider. But meanwhile, how would you feel getting hung for somebody else's shenanigans?
I'd be annoyed.
You sure would.
Look, I'm not rigged up with no murder saint. Lil meant 50 grand to us alive. That's what we figured the sucker was good for.
It's a good enough reason for wanting Lil among the present instead of the late, Raider. Tell me, what was the angle? Blackmail?
Nah, nothing so crude, Saint. I sponsor the party, spot 'em, finger 'em, and oil 'em, and the Millers squeeze 'em through a deck of cards. The guy's a sucker for good-looking dames and card games, that's all.
That sounds very uncomplicated, easy picking.
The guy ain't had the coin long enough to be smart about it.
Who's the guy?
He makes water heaters.
The fat man with the diamonds from Passaic?
Yeah, that's the sucker.
I should have tumbled.
Looks like you did. I thought you were out for a bust-up. 50 G's a lot of money, Saint. I figured if I could scare you, it'd be insurance.
How about Barbara Brooks?
Deal me out. I'm not in on whatever the caper is there.
She saw you the day we sailed, and she got scared.
Well, maybe it's because I ain't exactly pretty.
Yeah.
But if you really want to know something, Saint, I'll tell you. I was propositioned on a stunt against that dame a few weeks before we sailed. I turned it down. A big dough, too.
A murder deal?
Yeah, big dough to bump her off. Not for me, though. Nah, she's too prominent. Too much heat on those jobs.
Who made the offer, Raider?
He wasn't exactly interested in leaving his calling card, Saint. Just a John Smith, as far as I'm concerned.
But he had a description, didn't he? Everybody has a description.
Oh, sure. He was a medium-sized guy with... Hey, the lights. Who turned them off?
Get down! Raider, are you...
Brown tie. Blue shirt. Brown tie. Blue shirt.
Brown tie, blue shirt. Not a very harmonious color scheme, is it? Raider.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raider. At least your last earthly utterance was in the direction of good. Thank you.
Brown tie, blue shirt. What did he mean, Simon?
Well, it means that either the man for whom I search isn't a very fastidious dresser, Doctor, or else he's colorblind. Blue and brown just aren't worn together.
Well, no.
I'll take that drink now, Doctor.
Oh, and the sedative I mixed for you. Your concussion.
Later, Doctor, later.
Very well. I can see that you're going to be a very difficult patient. I hope you don't mind drinking out of another medicine glass, huh?
No, right now I prefer it.
Say when?
A little more, Doctor. That's fine. Has such a beautiful color, hasn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, hasn't it, though? Aren't you going to drink it, Simon?
In a moment, Doctor, when I finish my story.
Oh, yes, of course, the story. Barbara's murder was next.
Yes, Barbara was next. But immediately before our last meeting on deck in the fog, Doctor, I found out what she was afraid of.
You did? But how?
It was easy. The steward had some keys. I had some money. The steward has enough now for that chicken ranch he's always dreamed of.
You broke into Barbara's stateroom.
Yes.
Well, what did you find, Simon?
Lingerie, perfume, stockings, and some letters, Doctor. Peculiar letters.
Huh? Fan mail?
Yes. Yes, and all from the same fan. A fan she was once engaged to marry, Doctor. A fan who loved her very much and hated her in equal proportions. Who was so torn between love and hate, he had to kill her.
Schizophrenic.
You should know.
What do you mean?
Well, you know the classifications. You're the doctor.
Oh. Drink your sedative, Simon.
A colorblind schizophrenic. I don't believe I've ever met one before, Dr. Norman. So colorblind, he mistook the green and orange harlequin costume worn by Lil Miller for the blue and yellow one worn by Barbara.
That is very interesting, Simon.
Poor Lil. If she'd come to the ball as anything but a harlequin, she'd have lived to take in $50,000.
Your sedative, Simon.
You know, you were wrong about Lil's hair, Doctor. It wasn't red. It was brown.
You said it was red.
I wanted to see if you'd agree.
Your sedative.
Yes, of course. Hand it to me, would you, Doctor? It's there alongside the drink.
Yeah.
No, don't try to tell them apart by their aromas, Doctor. It's obvious that they're different colors. Or can't you tell?
You find it, Saint. I'd like very much for you to drink it.
My Doctor, what a pretty purple gun you're wearing. Or is it pink?
Drink up, Templar. You've Hardly feel it. It's just a dash of prussic acid.
Dr. Norman, when you give a sedative, you go overboard.
Drink it, Templar.
Well, you're the doctor. A toast to you, Dr. Norman. To your green shirt, blue tie, and gray handkerchief, none of which match. Here's how.
Oh, my eyes! You threw it in my eyes!
It was a question of your eyes or my stomach, Doctor.
My eyes, I'm blind!
You'll get over it, Doctor, which is more than can be said of me if one of those wild shots of yours should hit me. I know I shouldn't practice medicine without a license, Doctor, any more than you should. But here's a sedative from me to you. Pleasant nightmares, Dr. Norman.
You have been listening to another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a prejudice-filled America, no one would be secure in his job, his business, his church, or his home. Yet racial and religious antagonisms are exploited daily by quacks and adventurers whose followers make up the irresponsible lunatic fringe of American life. Refuse to listen to or spread rumors against any race or religion. Help to stamp out prejudice in our country. Let's judge our neighbors by the character of their lives alone, and not on the basis of their religion or origin. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Gene Bates, Frank Gerstle, Bill Conrad, and Barney Phillips. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Vincent Price is soon to be seen in Harry M. Popkin's production of Champagne for Caesar, co-starring Ronald Coleman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Darling, and mix me a martini. There's ice on the sideboard. Ah, it's been a wonderful evening. I wish it could go on forever. Goodbye, darling. And when they find your body, darling, I shall have conveniently left via the fire escape. Now, just to quickly make sure you have no identification on you. Just as well I looked. Police identification card. Assignments unlimited. Address 33 Half Moon Street.
The girl in the Ascot hat. We haven't seen him for 2 days. Not a very long time, you might think, but it's a hard and fast rule at Assignments Unlimited that operators report in every 24 hours. He hadn't been home, and his landlady confirmed that his bed had not been slept in. I asked Crash Carson to check his filing cabinet for a clue, because I knew he was on an assignment. It was ominous that Carson drew a blank.
Chief, for a meticulous man, this file reads like a lovesick teenager. He's been tailing somebody for the past 6 weeks, a wayward husband. The wife employed him and paid weekly in cash, but listen to this. Previous docket detail destroyed. Nancy wishes to have the whole thing as secret as possible. I can surely grant her such a small request.
Oh, but that's against the rules.
When an operator starts calling a female client by a Christian name, rules usually fall by the wayside.
You said he was tailing the husband. Well, look up his name, and, well, you've got hers.
Yeah, that's right. And that makes her name Nancy X.
Is that how he refers to the man?
Listen, kept the tail on X today as usual. Same social round, but nothing incriminating. X is playing it cool, but he'll make a slip soon. I feel sure of it and hope so for Nancy's sake.
Yeah, well, I've already checked on the fees. He's paid them in regularly every week.
Yeah, I know. I checked, too. Every Saturday morning, except last Saturday morning. Did he report to the office on Friday, Chief?
At 10 a.m.
And nothing from him since?
Not a word.
Well, maybe he took off for a long weekend with this Nancy doll.
Oh, he'd have reported first. He always has in the past.
Chief, you're worried.
Well, now I've seen the file, I am. You better ring the police, Carson, and report him missing.
I did like the chief said, and having done it, I just sat back and waited. There wasn't anything else to do. The file gave no name of client and referred to the trailee as X. No lead, no clue, nothing. It was the X that had me guessing, and I'm a dud at crossword puzzles. But it didn't take the cops long. They rang back in under an hour. Carson, assignments unlimited.
Mr. Carson, we've found your missing employee.
Oh, you have? That's dandy.
I must ask you to come straight over and identify him.
You mean you got him with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll be right over. Where are you speaking from?
The city mortuary.
Outside, the street was full of stiff-necked actors. Inside was full of just stiffs. The marble floor of the mortuary was cold and echoed the footsteps of the curious, the cautious, of those to whom calamity had come suddenly. Inspector Bottomley of the murder squad was there as the attendant pulled open the drawer and flung back the sheet. But for the grisly pallor of death, he could have been sleeping. There wasn't a mark on him, just a look of utter astonishment. The kind a gopher might get who hole in one. We turned him over, and I regretted the mental simile. There were 2 bullet holes drilled neatly into the center of his back. Well, what's the story, Inspector?
We picked him up in the restroom and office suite in Chamberlain Buildings. It's a good business address on Sloane Street. He copped it late on Friday night, and we got there in 15 minutes.
Office block?
I know what you're thinking. Who'd work in an office block on a Friday night? Well, we were lucky there. A firm of chartered accountants were working overtime. They heard the shots and rang Scotland Yard. The bird had flown, of course, via the fire escape. She'd left the window open and made no attempt to cover her tracks, which would indicate that it was a crime of passion executed in a moment of stress.
You said she?
Yes. We've arrested a Mrs. Nancy Slomes and charged her with the murder.
Nancy, huh?
Yeah. Does the name mean anything to you?
He was an operator from Assignments Unlimited. His file's in the office. I'll get it over to you at the yard. Doesn't say much, but it does mention the name Nancy. He was employed to tail her husband.
Mr. Edwin Slomes.
The file refers to him as X, but I guess it must be the same guy. You work fast to get onto her.
We found a note addressed to her in his pocket, and an immerse note. The suite of offices is rented by her husband. It was pretty cut and dried, Mr. Carson.
See, it's just occurred to me. When you searched his pockets, didn't you find his identity docket? All operators from our outfit carry police identity cards.
There was nothing on him except this note. Nothing to tell who he is, or was. He was listed unknown until you rang.
Oh, he must have been goofy about this dame to forget his identity docket. What does Nancy Slomes have to say?
Denies all knowledge of it, of course. Both the caretaker and the accountant remember seeing a woman answering to her description entering the building every Friday night for the past 6 weeks.
Now, that checks. His file states that he reported to her weekly on Friday nights.
Queer twist, isn't it? The investigator in the matrimonial case falling in love with the client.
It must have been bad enough for Edmund Slomes to discover that his wife had been having him watched, and then to be told his wife was having a torrid love affair with the very man who was watching him.
I know this operator very well. If he was having an affair, it wouldn't be torrid.
I'll show you the love note.
Oh, yeah, the love note. I suppose there's no chance for error, like the wife covering up for the outraged husband?
No, none at all, I'm afraid. Only he and this woman entered the office block on Friday night, and the husband, anyway, was at a party with friends until 3 on Saturday morning.
I just asked.
And Mrs. Slomes was a smart dresser, by the way. Had a penchant for those big floppy hats. Ascot hats, I believe they're called. They were described by the witnesses, together with other garments she wore on various Friday nights, and we found the exact clothing in her wardrobe.
Like you said, it's open and shut.
There'll be an identity parade tomorrow. If you'd care to come along, you'll be more than welcome.
Thanks, I'd like to.
Just show your card to the constable on duty. You'll see Mrs. Slomes then. We'll dress her in her own clothes, those she wore on Friday, and ask the accountant and the caretaker to say if it's the same woman they saw.
Where is she now?
Holloway.
I'd like to visit her in the prison today.
Yeah, I can arrange it, provided you haven't any silly notions of revenge.
No, I'll leave the revenge to the judge.
Very well. Call by my office after lunch, and I'll have a 274 made out to admit you. Sorry about your friend.
Not half as sorry as he is. Holloway Prison is a grim monument to feminine folly. I've been there before years ago, when the inmates shuffled aimlessly to and fro in the coarse cloth uniform that was meant to exact penitence. But times have changed.